Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love everyone to turn to Psalms 92, please. That's Psalms 9:2. It reads, "It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of our Elohim. They shall sing forth. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To shew that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him." Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
I would like for everyone, as my brother stated, to turn to Psalms 118, please. There's Psalms 118. It reads, "O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. Let Israel now say that his mercy endureth forever. Let the house of Aaron now say that his mercy endureth forever. Let them now that fear Yahweh say that his mercy endureth forever. I called upon Yahweh in distress. Yahweh answered me and set me in a large place. Yahweh is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do unto me? Yahweh taketh my part with them that help me. Therefore shall I see my desire upon them that hate me. It is better to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in man. It is better to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in princes. All nations compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh will I destroy them. They compass me about, yea, they compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh I will destroy them. They compass me about like bees. They are quenched as the fire of thorns. For in the name of Yahweh I will destroy them. Thou hast thrust sore at me, that I might fall, but Yahweh helped me. Yahweh is my strength and song, and has become my salvation. The voice of rejoicing and salvation is in the tabernacles of the righteous. The right hand of Yahweh doeth violence. The right hand of Yahweh is exalted. The right hand of Yahweh doeth violently. I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of Yahweh. Yahweh hath chastened me sore, but he hath not given me over unto death. Open to me the gates of righteousness. I will give into them. I will go into them. I will praise Yahweh. This gate of Yahweh into which the righteous shall enter, I will praise thee, for thou hast heard me, and art become my salvation. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. This is Yahweh's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day which Yahweh hath made. He will rejoice and be glad in it. Save now, I beseech thee, O Yahweh. O Yahweh, I beseech thee, send now prosperity. Blessed be he that cometh in the name of Yahweh. We have blessed you out of the house of Yahweh. Elohim is Yahweh, which have shewed us light. Bind the sacrifice with cords, even unto the horns of the altar. Thou art my Elohim, I will praise thee. Thou art my Elohim, I will exalt thee. O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Again, this presentation will be called Let's Be Fresh, Refreshed. And this refresh denotes the Sabbath. It was the day that Yahweh made that he would be refreshed. And when he made it known to his chosen for them to be refreshed. And we're going to show these truths today, and we're going to compare them with ourselves. This is another presentation to make a distinction between what our Creator has said and what tradition have taught. We are to follow Yahweh. Our brother Yamin read Psalms 118, verse 24. And before I read that verse, I would like to thank Yahweh, the Elohim of the heaven and earth and everything therein is, by saying Hallelujah, and greet the listening audience by saying Shalom, and ask the listening audience to grab themselves in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that they may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give this day. As I was stating, my brother Yamin read the second Psalms, which was Psalms 118, and it read in the 24th verse, this is the day, not the evening, but this is the day, not the darkness. This is the day, not the night. But it read in the 24th verse, this is the day which Yahweh has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. And I just wanted to make note that it was a day. It was a day, and the day did not denote 24 hours. The day denoted a little less than 12. The day denoted the light. And this day that denotes a light is the day that Yahweh rests, and it was known as the seventh day. So I just wanted to bring that out. I didn't want us to miss the point that was read in Psalms 118 about this great day. Yahweh did all his works in the day. The works that he did in the night, you should be trembling at. But all of his creation was done in the day. We're going to start this great presentation out. Again, it is called Be Refreshed. And we're going to start this presentation off with a few words of warning that we may lend an ear, that we may hear, and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. So we will start off by us all turning our scriptures to the Book of Wisdom, the Book of Proverbs, and let's take a look at the 27th chapter, the 22nd chapter of Proverbs. And it tells us in Proverbs 22, if we take a look at the 17th verse, and the reason why I am bringing you to Proverbs 22 and 17 is because of the rumor that continued to circulate among Israel. And that rumor is to give Yahweh, the creator of the heaven and earth, the benefit of a doubt. That rumor is still circulating. We have many brothers and sisters walking in error, doing and saying things that Yahweh never commanded them to do, based on the teachings that we are to give Yahweh the benefit of a doubt. When you come to something in your holy scriptures that you truly don't know nor understand, you are taught, don't worry about it. Just read it and give Yahweh the benefit of a doubt. And that has never been commanded to our fathers. That is a add-on and a diminishing of the true words of your Creator. For it tells us, Israel, in Proverbs, the 22nd chapter, if we pick up at the 17th verse, it reads, and I ask you today to do the same thing, for it reads, bow down thy ear and hear. If you truly bow down thy ear and hear, how could one be in doubt? It reads, bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart into my knowledge. And we know that knowledge denotes departing from evil, for it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thee. They shall wither be fitted in thy lips. And if something is fitted in your lips, how can you have doubt? For the benefit of a doubt just means you don't know. And Israel was supposed to know. It was fitted in thy lips, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known there's no room for benefit of a doubt. When you deal with the words of the Creator and the wisdom that he used to create everything, there is no room for the benefit of a doubt. For it tells us, Israel, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known to thee this day, even to thee. And he didn't just, and what was it that he made known? What was it that he made known into Israel? Dealing with this subject matter. Well, we're going to find in Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, that he made known to Israel his Sabbaths. And we got people say, no, Yahweh created the Sabbath at the beginning. Let's just give him the benefit of a doubt. There's no need to follow instructions. There's no need to follow order. Just give him the benefit of a doubt. And that benefit of a doubt going to wind up making you disobey him. And when you disobey him, you have sinned. Disobedience is the greatest sin in the world. And when you disobey Yah, based on what you are reading and what has been told to you, which is to just give him a benefit of a doubt, you will wind up sinning. It tells us in the 20th verse, have not I written to thee excellent things again, Israel? There is no room for the benefit of a doubt. Have not I written to thee excellent things and counsels and knowledge? And the Almighty is telling us why he written these things down to us, which was excellent and wisdom, counsel, and knowledge, that I might make thee know. Again, Israel, there is no room for the benefit of a doubt. That is a terrible teaching from our brothers and sisters, because the 21st verse and the last verse that I will read in Proverbs 22, it says that I might make thee know the certainty. How are you going to have certainty and have a benefit of a doubt at the same time? These words are certain. The only way that you can allow to give these words a benefit of a doubt if you turn to the left or the right. If you don't trust in Yahweh with all your heart, mind, and soul, then you can, and it is possible for one to formulate the benefit of a doubt. Other than that, it's impossible. Thus, it reads again in its entirety, the 21st verse, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mayest answer the words of truth, as we are doing today. There's no need. You don't answer the words of truth with doubt. You can't witness for your Creator. He will never call you up to witness against him if he know that you have doubt. No one would. But you're going to say Yahweh allow you to witness for him with doubt? It reads, that thou mayest answer the words of truth to them that sin and to thee. So there's no need for the term benefit of the doubt, nor will we use it in this presentation to establish any truth. Because we know, and those that is to teach this word, I'm quite sure you are to teach it with knowing, believing, and understanding. It tells us to praise Yahweh with understanding. Not just in your reading, but even in your praises that come forth out of your lips was supposed to be done with understanding, not with the benefit of a doubt. And I have brought this forth to make it known that this rumor is still circulating the earth. We have more and more brothers and sisters telling Israel to give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt instead of acknowledging what is written. We got a word that is used throughout the scriptures, and it denoted, and it's singular when it dealt with the land of promise, it denoted a particular geographical location. Well, in the rumor of giving Yahweh the benefit of a doubt, they are using that word to denote wherever you are at. So in giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, they have forgotten the order, they have forgotten the instructions, and they are doing what Yahweh commanded Israel to do forever in this particular geographical location wherever they are at. And that is sin. That is lying, and that is not accepting these excellent words of counsel and knowledge, but instead accepting the words of a fool, which is give Yahweh the benefit of a doubt. Maybe I should have named this the benefit of a doubt. It also tells us in the 24th chapter of Proverbs, if we turn there, please. And it tells us in this 24th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the 23rd verse, it tells us, and let's read to the 26th verse, and it reads, these things also belong to the wise. It is not good to have respect of person and judgment. And that means any person. It is not good to have respect of person. And respect of person means you will respect one man over another man based on his person. Not based on his knowledge, not based on the truth that come out of his mouth, but based on the person, who it is. If he's my friend, if he this, that, and another, if he's rich, that is a respect of person. And Yahweh hated it, and it is a command that we, the children of Israel, being under the covenant of the law, to never be a respecter of person. Because if you do, you might give Yahweh the benefit of a doubt instead of acknowledging those excellent words. It continues to tell us, Israel, he that says unto the wicked, thou art righteous. You got the wicked collecting tithes today. You got the wicked telling people things that Yahweh has not commanded them. You got the wicked that don't even acknowledge the judgment. But it tells us here, he that say unto the wicked, thou art righteous. And we got a lot of brothers and sisters telling these men and women that they are righteous. And they are condemning their brother and sister because they are showing them different phrases and terminology throughout your holy scripture that denotes that there was only one geographical location where Yahweh told Israel to be refreshed. And the only way they could be refreshed is once they entered into their land and was safe. Then they could practice to be refreshed. And in their practicing, they were commanded to allow their sons and their daughters to refresh. They was commanded to allow their animals to be refreshed. They was commanded to allow their handmaid and their handmaid and man-made refresh. And they was also commanded to remember where you just come from. And remember that you was never refreshed there. You was a stranger there, and they oppressed thee. You worked it 7 days. You worked it 7 days, and sometimes 7 nights. You was under rigorous servitude. You didn't have no rest, and the work was oppressive because you had to make your quota every week, like many of us do today. Please put yourself on mute. Like many of us do today. They work us to death, and it's oppression because they want you to make your numbers, and sometimes they don't even allow you to have all the proper things you need to fulfill the task. But they still want you to make your quota. And if you don't, you reprimanded, if not fired. Well, that's the same with our fathers in Egypt. They was in hell. Their servitude denoted rigorous, hard, unjust. And the Almighty said, when I save these people, I'm going to refresh them. And we today will find out how Israel became refreshed once they came out of servitude. Thus, it continued to tell us again in the 24th verse. We're going to go down to the 26th. The 24th reads again, he that says unto the wicked, thy art righteous, him shall the people curse. It should be a curse because you're leading us to hell. You're leading us to the wrong direction. You are giving us superficial hope, which is no hope. The scripture says that they slightly healed the daughters of Zion. No, it says slightly. They didn't do nothing. It tells us, he that says unto the wicked, thy art righteous, him shall the people curse. Nations shall abhor him. But to them that rebuke him shall be delight. And we hoping that we are Yahweh's delight in this dark day, because we are more than willing and able to rebuke our brothers dealing with us being refreshed. It tells us, Israel, but to them that rebuke him shall be delight, and a good blessing, or a blessing of good, shall come upon them. Every man shall kiss his lips that give a right answer. Because the Almighty wants us to deal with the right. He wants us to know. So in the book of wisdom, it tells us when a man gives the right answer, not a benefit of a doubt, nor do they suggest it. They give the right answer according to what is found in your scriptures of truth. You're supposed to kiss that man, no matter what your teachers have taught, because if you don't, guess what you just became? A respecter of person, which Yahweh started out telling us we should not be. So the Almighty lets us know if we're a respecter of person or not, based on how you're going to treat that man that's speaking the truth that's against your tradition or against what you have in doubt. It also tells us, Israel, one more place I would like to go, and that is found in the 3rd chapter of Proverbs. The 3rd chapter of Proverbs. And I would just like to read out of the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, the 3rd verse to the 7th verse. Proverbs 3:3 to verse 7, and it reads, let not mercy and truth forsake thee. And we just read it. We just read about some mercy. We just read about some truth. And the Almighty has Solomon to tell us, let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Because if they forsake thee, you're going to be in trouble. It is mercy and truth that purges away sin. So we don't want mercy and truth to ever forsake us. We want to always hope that we are a recipient of Yahweh's mercy. And we want to always hope that we are a recipient of Yahweh's truth. Always. So we're going to take our brother through the ringer to make sure they bringing us the truth. We don't want to be no more led by tradition. It don't help us, nor do it give us any hope. Matter of fact, it takes away our hope. We are hoping in something that ain't true. We are hoping in something that Yahweh never said. And I don't think in our hope we really understand what that means. We don't even understand what that hope denotes. It told us in Ezekiel the 37th chapter that the whole house had lost their hope because they had been in Babylon for so long. They had lost their hope based on the words of certainty. The words of certainty was not being taught. The words of certainty was not being spread. The words of certainty was not being given. Instead, words of doubt, words of tradition, words of man. And those men was dying off, and they were still circulating. The Almighty lets us know what a false prophet did know. If they utter these things out of their mouth, it come not to pass. It is only because I have not sent them. Well, look how many people have told us about the Sabbath, have walked among us quoting Shabbat Shalom, and we still find ourselves here in hell, being oppressed by way of work. We got jobs that making companies billions of dollars, and you can't pay the rent. You can't even have no fun with your little money. You can't even buy your children the things you want, but you working hard every day. And when I say every day, even the 7th day, just to survive. And we're going to teach that Yahweh gave us the Sabbath to be refreshed. Come on, Israel. Yahweh required that which is past. We're going to show what has passed, and we're going to reveal what is going on today. And it's going to be a proof that Yahweh has never commanded his people to be refreshed in captivity. Never. It goes against what the Sabbath denotes, Israel. The Sabbath does not denote captivity. The Sabbath does not denote slaves. We read where it says that Israel was a servant in Egypt. And the Almighty said, when he brought us in the wilderness, remember you was a servant. Therefore, let your servant rest, because you didn't rest. What is the distinction he making? You didn't rest when you was a servant. Now you didn't rest when you was a stranger among them. Now you going to have strangers among you. I need you to rest, and I need you to make sure the stranger rests. That's the distinction. Well, today you are among the stranger, and you are not resting. when we are brought out of this mess, any strangers that sojourn among us will be under that same law. One law for the homeborn and one law for the stranger that sojourn among them. There is only one law for the entire world, no matter where you find yourself at. And at the end of this ordeal, the whole world will understand the words just came out of my mouth. Because the whole world is going to be under this oneness, under this monotheism. It tells us, Israel, again in the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, the 3rd verse, let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. And that understanding is going to be so great that men going to be willing to kiss you because you got the right answer, because you got the right spirit, the right spirit upon thee. The 5th verse reads, trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. That's sin. That's foolishness. That's giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. And Almighty said, trust in him with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways, even dealing with being refreshed, in all thy ways, acknowledge him, and he alone shall direct thy path. We trying to get our path directed. We trying to find out what's true. We trying to find out what can we do while we finding ourselves in hell. We don't want no false promises. It's hard enough. It's hard enough being in hell and being in hell and you having brothers and sisters putting false burdens upon thee. Because they truly false if Yahweh didn't tell you to do it. And they truly going to be a burden because you are trying to execute someone else's law in another man's land. And that is not going to work. And it has not worked. The 7th verse reads, be not wise in thy own eyes. Use wisdom and knowledge. It says, be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And that's what we're going to do today, dealing with this subject matter, be refreshed. We're going to fear Yahweh. And in our fear of Yahweh, we're going to acknowledge, confirm, and witness every word. And we're going to depart from the evil that we was taught by way of tradition. Let us turn our scriptures one more place, because as your brother stated, we are trying to find that path. And when we find that path, we're going to witness it, we're going to acknowledge it, we're going to confirm it, that it is truth, and that it is the path that Yahweh placed his children upon when they came up under the covenant of the law, and when Yahweh made known his Sabbaths unto them. So let us go one other place, that is Amos, the 8th chapter. Amos, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, if we pick up at the 11th verse, I'll pick up at the 5th verse. And it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, the 5th verse. And please take note of the words. It reads, I'll start at the 4th. Sorry about that. That way we can understand what is being said. We ain't in the middle of a verse. It tells us in the 4th verse, hear this, O ye that swallow up the needy, even to make the poor of the land, not of the world, but of the land, to fail. So this is the oppression that our fathers were doing against their own children, against their own brothers and sisters, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn? Because the new moon denoted a restraint. They didn't want to be restrained. They didn't want to be refreshed. They wanted to continue to work the land and continue to work the people. Thus it reads again in the 5th verse, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat, meaning they selling. But they saying, meaning also that they did not love the words of Yah. They did not love Yahweh with all their heart, mind, and soul, because they couldn't wait for Yahweh's statutes to be over with, where they can continue to oppress the people as they had been doing before the new moon appeared and before the Sabbath appeared. Thus it reads again, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small and the shekel great. That's cheating. And falsifying the balances by deceit. So the Sabbath denote a restraint from all that mess. The Sabbath is not just a restraint from work, but it's a restraint from oppression. It's a restraint from treating your brother and your sister wrong, illy, and all those things. That's what that Sabbath denotes. It denotes peace. You ain't under no Sabbath and you mentally distraught. You worrying about all type of bills and what happened in Monday at court and all that, but you call yourself in the closet keeping the Sabbath. Right after the Sabbath, you right back drinking, smoking, everything, because your nerves is racked because of your daily lives here in captivity. But on the 7th day, we fall into a delusion and say Shabbat Shalom. Even though it's hell before the day, and hell after the day, and hell on the 7th day. You just in the delusion. And sometimes the Almighty bring that hell right to our door. It could be one of our children, our loved ones, even though we think we hiding. The Almighty put it on somebody else that you love. It tells us, Israel, in the 7th verse, Yahweh has sworn by the excellency of Jacob, surely I will never forget any of their works. And anytime it talks about our works, that means you are in trouble. Shall not the land tremble for this? Absolutely, because they're in trouble. And everyone mourn that dwell therein, and it shall raise up wholly as a flood, and it shall be cast out and drowned as by the flood of Egypt. And it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh Elohim, that I will cause the sun to go down at noon, and I will darken, note what happens in the dark, and I will darken the earth in the clear day, and I will turn your feasts into mourning, and all your songs into lamentation. And I will bring up sackcloth upon all lions, and baldness upon every head. And I will make it as the morning of an only son, and the end thereof as a bitter day. Behold, Israel, the days come, said Yahweh Elohim, that I will send a famine, as it is this day. But it was talking about a famine in our land. Well, it's a famine in the earth. It says that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the true words of Yahweh. And they shall wander from sea to sea. Today, we don't wander from sea to sea. We find ourselves wandering from city to city, from camp to camp, from church to church. It says, and they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the word of God, and shall not find it. Now, the Almighty said this. But we got people finding the word all the time. We got people that know everything that Yahweh has said in gross darkness. We got people teaching Israel that what you do in the light, what you was commanded to do in the light, you must do in the darkness. We got people saying that. They don't use those exact words, but they teachers direct you to the dark. If you in the dark and you telling people that we're supposed to do things that only done in the light, then you mixing up. You mixing apples with oranges. If the Almighty tell you where to do something, it's not wise to use the darkness to answer and say, well, we supposed to do it wherever we at, even though we got the verse telling you in the land that you possess. People saying that's your own doctrine. How can you pull out many verses saying the same thing and tell your brother that that is his own doctrine? That is not his doctrine. That is the word that is found in the scriptures of truth. You the one got to accept it. You only call it the man's doctrine because you're not accepting the words that he's bringing forth that is found in the scriptures of truth. Words, when one teach their own doctrine, that must come by way of their own self. You do not teach your own doctrine when you quote the chapter and the verse that is found in your Holy Scripture. That can never be yours. Yahweh said he will never give his glory unto another. So that is never yours, Israel. You might get pat on the back. You might get some credit for witnessing it, for confirming it, for acknowledging it, but it's not yours. Thus it tells us the 13th verse, in that day shall the fair virgin and young man faint for thirst. And many of our fair virgins and young men have fainted, and they have fainted so much that the woman the fair virgin, want to be a young man, and the young man want to be a fair virgin. That's how thirsty our youth is in this search and gross darkness. They have ran to and fro to find the truth, and Yahweh said they would not find it. So when they come back, how is our sons and daughters? Our sons want to be fairies, and our daughters want to be men. Because the true words of Yahweh have not been found, nor have they been taught. It tells us, Israel, if we turn our holy scriptures to Genesis, the 2nd chapter, we will see how Yahweh defined being refreshed. And note, as we go to these chapters and verses, please try to make a difference between what you are reading and what you have endured since you have been upon this great earth. It tells us, Israel, in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, out of this great manifestation, for these words are truly manifested. It tells us in Genesis, the 2nd chapter. And what it tells us in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, at the very first verse, and it reads, "Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them." And we know what all Yahweh created in 6 days. If you don't, go back to Genesis 1 and read. And it'll allow us to know in the first chapter that which Yahweh created and how he created it and what instructions was given. And if you notice, I tapped on Psalms 118, verse 24, and said day, because Yahweh created everything in the day. He didn't create anything at night. And when you did see the works of Yahweh at night, as your brother stated earlier, those was the works that you trembled about. And those was the works that Yahweh told you to remember, even in coming out of Egypt. He said, this night is the night that ye shall remember. This night shall you have for a memorial. So it was a night that Yahweh never wanted Israel to forget. Even though all of his creation was done in a day, at night, you will be a recipient of Yahweh's wrath, or you will be a recipient of the chaos, the evils, the confusion that is found in the dark. I asked everyone to go to Genesis 2. We read the first verse. The second verse says, "And on the 7th day, Elohim in his work. From the time that the sun arrives, the work of Elohim was done, because it only took 6 days to do all his work." And mind you, your brother is speaking about Yom. And Yom is not denoted in the sense that your brother is bringing it out. It is not denoted a 24-hour period. The period of creation is what we're dealing with. And the period of creation is done in the daylight. All the great things all the things that Yahweh made and said was very good was made in the light, in the day. And we are speaking about this seventh day. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work, meaning he did not work on the seventh day. He was restrained. He restrained himself. It is his wisdom to say that work is done. Now let me refresh, even though it does not denote that he was tired because he's the Almighty, but it denotes the completion of his creation. That's what it denotes. And when he gave it to the children of Israel, as a father chastise a son in whom he is well pleased, well, that's how the Almighty is handing this Sabbath and making this Sabbath known to us and allowing us to know from this point on, work 6 days. And when you work, and we got many laws still within those 6 days now, when you work in those 6 days, you got to be fair and just. You got to do all that I'm telling you to do in these 6 days. A lot of people don't teach it like that. They teach it like you can do whatever you want on the 6th day and then drop everything on the 7th. No, that's not Israel. If you were to be holy, was you holy for 1 day or 7 days? See, people got it twisted, and they only got it twisted because they being respected persons, and they're not confirming every word. The true Israelite was holy every day, not on the 7th, just on the 7th day. He was supposed to be holy every day. But today, we working under the benefit of the doubt. So we done broke that down to just 1 day. We just done broke it down and said, well, the 7th day you supposed to be holy. The 7th day, well, when the Almighty created whatever he created in the first day, which was order, which was light, which he named day. Well, your brother must ask the listening audience, was he holy then? Whatever he created on the 2nd day, was he holy then? The 6th day says that he finished his creation and everything that he made was good. I'm asking the listening audience, was Yahweh holy then? And if your answer is yes, yes, and yes, then Israel is holy every day. The 7th day is just set aside where carnal work and all that can cease. But Israel is just as holy on the 7th day as he was on the 6th day, the 5th day, the 4th day, the 3rd day, the 2nd day, and the 1st day. But that ain't what's taught. That ain't the rumor. That is not what tradition establishes. But that is truly the words of excellence, of counsel and knowledge. And it tells us, the 2nd verse, and on the 7th day, Elohim ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day, not the 7th evening, because if it was the 7th evening, then the Sabbath or the 7th day would have passed. And it don't say that he rests on the 6th day at evening, because the 6th day at evening would denote the end. So we talking about a day. We talking about Yom. We talking about the order. So this rest on the 7th day was from the sunrise to the going down of the same. And it says, from all his work which he made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day. No, he blessed the seventh day. Do that mean he blessed the seventh night? Well, let's read. It says, and some people teach Sabbath night. Well, I have never read in our entire scriptures of truth where it talk about Sabbath night. I haven't. Maybe I overread. Maybe somebody can show me that at the end of this presentation. But I have never read where it talks about Sabbath night. Because the emphasis is not made on night. The emphasis is being made on Yom. It is being made on day. And I'm going to show that. But the third verse reads again, and Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, the day, because that in it, that period of the day, he had rest from all his work which Elohim created and made. If we go back to the first chapter, let me show this. I'm going to show it again in the following weeks, but I want to show it in this particular moment. It tells us in the beginning, and the reason why I compelled to bring us here is because I am convinced that many of us do not know what order means. I am convinced that many of us do not know what instructions means. And in the beginning, the book itself is called Genesis. Genesis denotes beginning. Genesis is a Greek Latin word. When it is transliterated to Hebrew, it denotes beginning. We even got people teaching that there was other people on the earth before what we read in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. They say, if not, why is the term replenish being used? So we got rumors and tradition going around that there was people on earth before the beginning. We got rumors and tradition going around that a day start at night. We got rumors and tradition going around saying that there is a Sabbath night. Well, let's squash that with this great presentation and with this great chapter that we have before us, and it is the chapter of the beginning. And it tells us in the very first verse, and please read with your brother, and please take note of these excellent words of counsel and knowledge. For it says, in the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. And the earth, note, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So as we read, in the beginning, Elohim created heaven and earth. And it says that the earth was without form. It's created, but it is not formed. The earth was void. Nothing in it. And darkness was, no, not light. It says, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And let me stop. And let me explain. Because these verses been there. For some reason, we don't understand. Tradition teach, according to the second verse, it reads, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And they teach by way of tradition, well, right here, it was night first. That's what tradition teaches. And many of these churches and classes teach the same thing, especially when they're trying to teach you that a day starts at evening. And what's so ironic about that, and I talk to many people, and I bring them back to their conscience, and I ask them, I say, well, before you came to a class, before you came to a church, before you went to a sanctuary, when did you recognize the day? And many of us would tell anybody, we always knew that the day represented the daylight. We always knew that. The scripture says, your teachers have caused you to err. And we ask, well, how did our teachers cause us to err in this sense? Well, when you came to their teachings, they start teaching us that from evening to evening was a day. Before we went in any of these churches, any of these congregations, any of these sanctuaries, any of these classes, many of us, and I don't care what walk of life you was living, I don't care if you was a crook or what, many of us knew that the day represented, or the sun represented the daylight. We knew that the daylight represented the day. Because when the night come, we didn't say, I'll see you later on today. Most time we say, we see you tonight. Because of the period that has just passed and the period that is coming up. And it will be night. Night is after day. But based on tradition, they teach no. Right here in the second verse, it says darkness. So darkness had to come first. That's why, Samuel, you're supposed to count the day from evening to evening. That is the day, not the little daylight. So more emphasis is put on evening to evening than the actual period of day that Yahweh has set in order. For it tells us in the third verse, and Elohim said, this is instructions. And not only is it instructions, but it is setting order. Order is being set. And why do we need order? Because it read in the second verse, the earth was without form, it was void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Please, in your spare time, look up the word darkness. You can find it in your Hebrew concordance under the number 2822. 2822 for the word darkness. And you're going to be shocked, many of you that don't understand the spirit of Yahweh, you're going to be shocked to see what darkness denotes. And every time I hear my brothers and sisters teaching the Sabbath from sundown to sundown, that includes the darkness first, that reverses the order of their creator. All that allows me to know is that before you start your delusion, which is, I hope, still the seventh day, the daylight, but before you start that, guess what you're starting in? You are starting in chaos. So all those that teach that their Sabbath is from evening to evening, guess what that evening denotes? It denotes chaos. So you are teaching, well, Shabbat Shalom. Some people call it the preparation day, and it's not. The 6th day was to preparate, not the 6th night. It don't say that, Israel. So it's not the 6th night we preparated for the Sabbath. It was the 6th day. After your work, the 6th day, you preparated for the 7th day. And we preparated by getting twice as much. That way we had no reason to go out on the 7th day. Not so today. Today we got many reasons. It can be the bills. It can be you on probation. It can be you on parole. There's many, many reasons why the poor black man in America works on the 7th day. But not so dealing with Yahweh and the order that he gave. So again, he tells us in the 3rd verse, and Elohim said, let there be light. The first thing that Yahweh made was light. Light denotes order. Darkness denotes chaos, confusion, destruction. So if you teaching that you start your Sabbath at evening, you actually start in the sense of what light and darkness was and how Yahweh separated the two. Well, you are teaching that you start your Sabbath in chaos. You start your Sabbath in destruction. You start your Sabbath in confusion. And if none of those words fit you, you can at least say you start your Sabbath in darkness. And that has nothing to do with the Shabbat. That has nothing to do with what we just read in the 2nd chapter when Yahweh made the Sabbath day holy and sanctified. It was the day. Darkness has nothing to do with that. They can't be put together because Yahweh separated them. And he only separated them in making order upon the universe. So no, Israel, night does not start the Sabbath. The Sabbath is started by the rising of the sun. And it is the same all the way until that same sun goes down. And that will be the end of your Sabbath. You don't go and say, well, it's 9 o'clock, it's still Sabbath night. That is something that you have added. And we read in Proverbs 3, verse 3 to 7, that we are not to add nor take away. We are to trust Yahweh in all our heart, mind, and soul. So if we're going to trust him, we're going to follow the instructions, and we see the order that the creator of the heaven and earth have established, not just on earth, but even in heaven, then we must follow that order. If we his witnesses, we got to witness this. We can't witness what's right in our heart. We can't witness what we think makes sense. We got to witness what's written. And if we do, it tells us in the 3rd verse again, and Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. That's why he said today. He said it's good. Even though the night is good also in its purpose. But the Almighty is establishing the purpose of order and allowing us to see the instructions of his creation. Thus it reads in the 4th verse, and Elohim saw the light, that it was good, and Elohim divided. He did it. Now, if it's together, he wouldn't divide it. It says that Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And I hope y'all are keeping up with me, because if you are, you can see the order of creation. You can see the order and the instructions. For he tells us in the 5th verse, and Elohim called the light what? Day. Well, let's stop. According to the story, we find ourselves in the 5th verse. When the Almighty made his creation, can someone please tell me what was the first thing he created? Was it the evening or was it the day? Somebody please that's following us, that's reading these pages with us, can you please tell me, what did Yahweh create first? What is his greatest creation? That's another way of saying it. What is his greatest creation? In the time that the earth was without form, void, and darkness upon the face of the deep. Your brother is asking you, according to the instructions, according to verse after verse, what was the first thing that our Creator created? How did Yahweh set order? The scripture tells us, Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. That is the first thing Yahweh created, and that is the first sign of order. And then we get back to the 5th verse, and I ask, what was the first thing that he created? It is light. And he called light day. So the first in the instructions, the first and the order is light. And he named light day. So what comes first? Day. And then it reads, and denotes also, carrying on with the conversation, it says, and the darkness he called night. Now, we read about the darkness in the 2nd verse. We don't read about what darkness denotes, nor what Yahweh called it into the 5th verse. And note, its definition is only given after the definition of light, which is none other than day. So again, Israel, if you truly wise and you truly trust in your Creator and you truly follow his order and his instructions, there's no need for the benefit of doubt. You know without a doubt that the day is the beginning, that day is the order, that day is the path that one is to be on dealing with Yahweh creation, because he did all of his creating in the day. And then it reads, finishing out the 5th verse, we stop there. It says, and Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning was the first day. All that is saying is that, as we just seen with our own eyes, the morning was the beginning. And then we just read here where it says the evening and the morning was the first day. Well, we seen day first. Day is shown first. Day is named first. Day is explained first. Day is even defined first. And then it tells us, in the evening and the morning was the first day. So if you're dealing with what was first, it was day. The last thing that was spoken of is darkness. And the Almighty let us know who named darkness. The Almighty let us know how darkness is defined. And it is Yahweh that named darkness night. And we know the old saying, ain't nothing good going on when it get dark. Some people say ain't nothing going on after 12 or wherever it is, but it still denotes these truths. These truths ring throughout the earth, knowing that most crime, most sensuous things that happen, most things that one do that don't want nobody else know they doing is done in the dark. So that's what night denoted. And the Almighty said, after I made set order in the earth, the day was the beginning and the evening was the end. So a morning and an evening was the first day. You got an end of a day. So we don't start the end of the day and then teach the beginning. We teach the beginning of a day and then we teach and show what an end of a day is. We got it backwards. We saying, well, it started at evening, you did something during the daylight, and you got something else to do on this other end that denotes evening. And that is not written. Not even in the refreshment that Yahweh took himself. And that is the model. That is the path. That is the example. What Yahweh said and did. So I just wanted to throw that in and show why many people cannot understand the Sabbath, nor when it was commanded to be done, nor who was commanded to do it. Let us turn our scriptures to Exodus. Let us go to Exodus. I was going to go to Exodus, the 16th chapter, to show where Israel was made known, or where Yahweh made known the Sabbath to Israel, the first place. Before we go there, I would like to go still in Exodus, but I would like to go to Exodus, the second chapter. Exodus, the first chapter. So before we go to Exodus 16, I want to go to Exodus 1, and then we're going to go to Exodus 5. Let's read the situation of our fathers' days, and let's see, could we believe that our fathers were keeping a Sabbath under such conditions that we're going to find in Exodus 1 and Exodus 5. It tells us in Exodus 1, one second, please. Let me put these headphones on. Yes, it tells us in Exodus, the first chapter, and I will pick up at the 10th verse. It tells us in Exodus 1, the 10th verse, come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there fall out any war, they join also into our enemies and fight against us. And if you don't believe this situation is under us today, you do not know the laws of the United States. They will put you in jail and a lot of other things if you try to help their enemy. We know that now. If you call yourself dealing with Taliban or anything, you can find yourself on social media dealing with Taliban, and the FBI will be at your door. We know that when the enemy is ready to fight, they got a recruiting thing. They recruit our sons. And if you don't go, they will send you to jail, just like they did Ali. They did my father like that, and many other people, fathers and brothers and sons. You was locked up if you did not go fight for United States Army, Navy, or Air Force when they did they recruits. I think it's another word that just slipped my mind, but you know what I'm saying. When they come and get your sons to fight for them. And this is the same sense that we are reading in this 10th verse. It says, and it come to pass that when there fall out any war, they join also into our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. And we would be able to get ourselves somewhat up out of the land if we joined the enemy, and the enemy defeated the people that we were servants to. So they dealt wisely as the United States and these other nations deal with us being scattered abroad. But in the 11th verse it says, therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And we have taskmasters today, even on our jobs. It says, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted, note, this denotes affliction. This denotes oppression. This denotes no justice, no equity, no judgment. It reads, but the more they afflict them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved, the enemy was, because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. This servitude is your job, Israel. This servitude is the plantation, Israel. And all of us is on this plantation. We just might find ourselves different parts of the field, different parts of the plantation, but we all are recipients of the plantation. You might make more money, you might entertain, you might play football, you might sing, you might be a politician, or you might work at one of these restaurants. All of those jobs are on the master's plantation. You just might find yourself on different parts of the land based on your skills. You entertaining better than the next black man or woman. So you might be close to the master's house. You might even have a house that look like the master's house. But guess what, Mr. and Mrs. Israel? You are still a slave. You are still at work. You still find yourself on that plantation to survive. And right now, they are threatening your place on the plantation with the covert, because they saying if you don't take the shot, you might lose your place on the plantation. Or another way of saying it, you might lose your job. And I want you to see this work, because I'm trying to get you to relate this work to this great freedom of the Sabbath. See, the Almighty given us, made known the Sabbath to us because of the rigorous work, not just because they might have worked it 7 days, or not just because they worked on the 7th day, but because of the whole work. The whole work was rigorous. The whole process of slavery and being a servant is oppressive. And the Almighty delivered us out of that oppression by making known the Sabbath, not just the weekly Sabbath. We didn't just rest and be refreshed in one Sabbath. All the Sabbath denoted us to be refreshed. Every one of them. So the Almighty showed, no, I never oppressed my people like that. I never worked them from sun up to sundown and every day of the week. And no, that's the enemy. That's the oppressor. That's the opposite of life and good. Because Yahweh said all he made was good, even the seventh day. So that's the opposite of life and good. It continued to tell us about this great servitude. When we pick up the 13th verse, and it says, the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve in their servitude, in their slavery, at work with rigor. And please look up the word rigor. You can find that in your Hebrew concordance under 65:31. Rigor. And they made their lives bitter. Ain't our lives bitter? I don't care what job you got. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage. And martyr, so nobody gets around talking about all of us. See, a lot of us don't talk like this because you think you got a good job. You think you got a job for master and you don't have to report to the plantation. But that's a lie. And master, when he get tired of you, he will let you know that's a lie. It tells us in the 14th verse, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, and mortar, and brick, and in all manner of service. So don't think because it's talking about the laborer that, and you might be sitting behind a desk, or you might be tap dancing, or you might be right in the pocket of the enemy being a politician or something. Don't think that your job is not included. For it tells us in the 14th verse, in all manner of service. And that's what you give when you are a servant or when you are under servitude. And where at, Yahweh? In the field. All their service, wherein they made them serve, whatever it was, entertainment or whatever, was with rigor. They calling you names, spitting on you, all type of stuff, but you there making them laugh. You there entertaining them. But it was still received with rigor and disrespect and oppression. And it also lets us know that this servitude had a lot to do with the affairs of your enemy. And if they believed that the land was being overpopulated, too many people on the earth, well, they're going to start taking you out. And some people say this COVID-19 is a way of eliminating the population, cutting down the population some. You know, but as we just read, the more they afflicted us, the more they grew. The more we grew. And that's also today. The more they afflict us, based on how many people they done hung, based on how many people they done imprisoned, based on how many people they done killed down in these streets, based on how many people they used our people against our own to kill ourselves, based on the gangs and all that they done set up among our communities, we shouldn't have nobody left. We should be very few. But based on the excellent words of Yahweh, we see the more they afflict us, the more we grow. And if you don't believe me, just go to any one of these projects in any one of these cities and knock on the doors and watch these little children fall all out the door. Because the Almighty Word is excellent and it is truth. Even today, being under this rigorous servitude, this rigorous slavery, this rigorous captivity, the more they afflict us, the more we grow. I heard that in the black neighborhood, the COVID-19 virus is killing more among the minority than any other group. Then why is it so many of us walking up and down the street? Why is it so many of us, y'all complain about being menaces to society and all this violence in the street? How can they be so violent? And how can they be available to do all this violence if y'all are truly trying to kill the remnant of Israel? If it was not for Yahweh allowing us to know the more they afflict you, the more you will grow, you will be extinct by now. But that is not the purpose of your Creator. The enemy only have a bound, just like the sea. The sea have a decree that it cannot pass, where the enemy can't either. Yahweh is the creator, even of the enemy. So he can only do so much. But he will never be allowed to do anything that will make Yahweh's word return into him void. Let us take a look at the 5th chapter of Exodus. Because that first chapter don't talk no more about the servitude. It talks about the population control. Because as it said in the first couple verses of the first chapter, that Israel had multiplied and grew exceedingly. So we overpopulate now. It's more blacks or more Israelites than it is becoming more Israelites than it is the Egyptians. So they want to limit that. Notice they wasn't to kill all the firstborn males. You was just to kill your own. And you tell me that ain't oppressive servitude when you even had to kill your own. But it ain't no different than today. Today, they got all these male testosterone pills for men and all that. And all that is something that they're going to work against you. We think it's helping us to have a better sexual night and all that. This is your enemy giving you this. And he already know that you are multiplying day after day. So he is not giving you nothing to help you keep multiplying. Even though that's the advertisement, even though that's the ad, that is not to help you keep multiplying. Eventually, it's going to make your testicles or something swell up to where you're not able to be functional. I don't know the name of all these different pills that they've been giving out for years, and got even a young man hooked on them. What do a young man need with a pill to help his reproduction process when he's young? I can see you selling that to an old person, but why would you be giving that to a young person? So I don't believe that any of those things are good for us. They are forms of oppression. It is forms of keeping the population in check. And most of all, it is one of their forms of you working for them. As I said, dealing with the virus. Once they establish that mandate, if you do not take that shot, you will no longer be working on master's plantation. And they trying to do it throughout the whole plantation, not just in a couple of cities. Throughout the whole United States, it's your plantation. That's where you find yourself, and this is the man you work for. And once we see how evil the world is, and far as the workforce and the unjust and all that, we will understand even more greatly the Sabbath and why it was made known to the children of Israel that just came out of the great iron furnace. It tells us in Exodus, the 5th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, and afterwards Moses and Aaron went in, and told Pharaoh, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. So it tells us that Aaron and Moses had to go tell Pharaoh what Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. Well, before he said that, it also tells us, because I need to show this, to allow us to know that you are not serving Yahweh if you find yourself in the enemy's land serving their God and serving your enemy. You're not serving Yah. For it tells us, if we hold that 5th chapter and take a quick look at the 4th chapter, the 22nd and the 23rd verse, and it reads, and thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus said Yahweh, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say, not your brother, Yahweh is saying, and I say unto thee, let my son go. Why? That he may serve me. This would be more than enough proof. A person that's trembling at the words of Yah, he don't need no more, because this is plain and simple. The Creator is talking to your enemy and telling your enemy to let you go, and he's telling you exactly why, that he may serve me. And what do this denote? That Israel is not serving him at this moment. Thus it finished in reading the last sentence, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. So what it read, and if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. So let's go back to the 5th chapter, the 2nd verse, and now we understand even more so when Yahweh sent Moses to Pharaoh to tell Pharaoh to let my people go, that they may serve me, and also that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. The 2nd verse reads, and Pharaoh said, who is Yahweh, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not Yahweh, neither will I let Israel go. Well, many of our brothers that take hold or take heed to tradition, they find themselves in the book called Joshua or Yesher. And in this book of Yesher, I think it's the 7th division, it talks about Israel keeping the Sabbath in Egypt. We got brothers and sisters propagating this story and telling people that Israel was already keeping the Sabbath in Egypt, that Israel already knew the Sabbath before they got in the wilderness. People are teaching that Yahweh must have terribly mistaken when he told Nehemiah to tell the people that Yahweh made known his Sabbath into Israel in the wilderness when he brought them out of the great iron furnace. Yahweh must have made a mistake, because our brothers are teaching, being right in their own eyes, that Israel was already keeping the Sabbath before they found themselves in Egypt, or before they found themselves in the wilderness. That Pharaoh was a good friend to Moses, and Pharaoh allowed the Israelites to keep the Sabbath. And that is a fairy tale, just like the book itself. Because what we are reading and what we have read, it does not denote Pharaoh being no friend of Moses, nor does it denote Pharaoh not making billions and billions of dollars off these slaves, and he gonna allow them to rest. But instead, he's kept the work going, and he kept their quota up, and they had to keep their quota without the necessities that they needed to fulfill the job. And that is none other than oppression. So that's a lie. Israel never kept the Sabbath in Egypt. Thus, it reads in the 3rd verse, and you just heard what Pharaoh said out of his own mouth against what our brothers teach. Pharaoh said, who in the heck is Yahweh? And why should I obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not Yahweh, neither will I let Israel go. And they said, the Elohim of the Hebrews have met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3-day journey into the desert, and sacrifice into Yahweh our Elohim, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. And the king of Egypt said unto them, wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people from their works? So he getting on them for just bringing this to their attention, because more than likely they stopped their work and listened. Thus the king said, let the people from their works. Get you into your burdens. Get back to work, nigga. And Pharaoh said, behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burden. So here it allows us to know why Moses was saying those things. It don't say nothing about no Sabbath, but while Moses was saying those things, the job looked at the people as they are resting. And we know what that is. You done been on these jobs. Y'all done talked about certain things, and then the boss or supervisor come past and he break it up. And he either break it up or you're going to break it up yourself for fear of losing your job or fear of being reprimanded. So you break it up yourself. And that's all it is. That's what it's talking about as far as rest. When Moses was saying what he was saying and Aaron was saying what he was saying, the people got the broom in their hand listening. And then the supervisor come around, break this shit up, or back to work, or you come to the office, or something like that. That's the reprimand that you even get today. There ain't nothing new under the sun, Israel. This is not a fairy tale story. This is reality. Thus it reads. And Pharaoh commanded the same day, the 6th verse of the 5th chapter of Exodus. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tale of the bricks which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. See, this talking about idle. This ain't talking about taking a day off. This ain't talking about you off that whole day. This is talking about how you was on the plantation when your brothers was telling you that Yahweh have appeared, that we gonna be saved out of this overtime every week. We're going to be saved out of this mandatory overtime on Saturdays. We're going to be saved out of this servitude. We're going to be saved out of this darkness. And the people started listening because they was in despair. They was full of anguish. So they listened. And Pharaoh found out and told them, get y'all butt back to work. Who in the heck is Yahweh? And that's how they talk today. It tells us, Israel, in the latter part of the 8th verse, for they be idle, therefore they cry, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim, to let them know that they knew, or at least believed, that their Elohim was not Ra, was not the sun god, nor any other god that the Egyptians dealt with. And if you search their history, they had a lot of them. It continued to tell us in the 9th verse, let their more work be laid upon the men. And that's what they do. The more you work, the harder you work, the more they give you. You try to set a time for yourself, like, well, all right, I'm going to knock this on out, then maybe I can get 2 to 5 minutes rest. Well, you knock the job out good and fast. What do? They put you on another job. They tell you to help that person. Well, what was the purpose of me doing the job good and fast? I thought I might can get a breather. And that is not how the owners of the plantation work. They don't want to see you standing around. They don't want to be able to say you are idle because you try to think how you want to be saved out of this. So it tells us again in the 9th verse, let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they speak to the people, the Israelites, saying, thus said Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where ye can find it. Yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. And that's saying not one of those quotas should be diminished. You better make that quota every day. And if you don't, I will have you in this office. I'm going to give you 2 or 3 times. After that, we're going to let you go, and we'll put somebody else in your spot. And that's how it is today. Many of these jobs, you know your brother ain't lying. You know what we go through on a daily, dealing with work. And work is an essence of our survival. But our work is oppressive. Our work is rigorous. Our work denotes slavery and captivity. And who needs a Sabbath more than us? Well, we're going to be freed. And when we be freed, I guarantee, based on Yahweh saying, he required that which is past, based on Yahweh saying, I'm going to deal with you in the wilderness of the people as I dealt with your fathers that came out of Egypt. Well, it lets us know when we saved out of captivity, the Sabbath will be made known to us. Not known to us by way of words, but known to us by living therein. That's knowing. We don't know nothing about the Sabbath today. You ain't never experienced the Sabbath based on what's written. Never. So you don't know it. And that's the same thing with our fathers. They have never lived under the Sabbath. They didn't know the Sabbath. That's why Yahweh said, I made it known to them when I brought them out. We must follow the order. We must follow the instructions to be able to speak the truth. The 12th verse reads, so the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt. Today we are scattered in America, or we are scattered abroad and throughout all of America, and gathered stubbles instead of straw. And the taskmaster haste them, saying, fulfill your work. Today we got these boards all up and with numbers that you're supposed to fill out. So they say today, fill your duty, fill your quota. Make sure between the hours of 6 and 8, you done did this much. Between 8 and 10, you done did this much. Between 10 and 12, you done did this much, and so on and so forth. And if you don't, you will be reprimanded or let go. Even though you are ordered to do these jobs without all the necessities. I done work for companies that you supposed to be trained for a month, 2 weeks to a month, and they train you 2 days and hold you responsible. Is that not working a job with all necessities? Absolutely. You ain't even got all the knowledge of the job yet, but they hold you responsible. It tells us, Israel, and the taskmaster hastened them, saying, fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw, as if you had everything you needed. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh tasked, note who the officers is. The officers wind up being your brothers and sisters. The officers wind up being your manager, your supervisor, your foreman. And they are selected and given the job to oppress you. They sometimes find themselves worse than your enemy. But note, They still on the job. And note, they still on that same plantation that you own. They work for the same master. Thus, the 14th verse reads, and the officers of the children of Israel with Pharaoh taskmasters set over them. Pharaoh taskmasters is Pharaoh people. That's just like your boss. You go to a job, more than likely you're going to go in front of this white man. Well, after he say what he demands of you, he send you out there on the floor. Out there on the floor, it might be a white lady or a black lady or a black man. That is your supervisor. That's your manager. That's your foreman. And his job is to oppress you. His job is to work you to death. Thus it reads, and the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmaster had set over them, were beaten. So the supervisors is getting beaten. If the supervisor's getting beaten and the foreman's getting beaten, then what do you think your brother gonna say to you? He gotta make you keep working. Even though he know you deserve a break. Even though he know you did your job faster than everybody else and did it right, but he got to keep you working. Why? Because the eyes in the sky. Because the owners and all them is watching them. And he going to be reprimanded based on what the people that's working under him have done. If they ain't did his work, their work, then he ain't did his. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh taskmaster had set over them, were beaten and demanded, wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task? And making brick both yesterday and today, as heretofore. Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? There is no straw given unto thy servants. And they say unto us, make brick. And behold, thy servants are beaten. But the fault is in thy own people. Y'all the one oppressing us. Y'all the one not giving us all that we need, but you keep demanding the quota. But he said, ye are idle. Every time I come around, y'all listening and talking. Ye are idle. Ye are idle. Therefore ye say, let us go and do sacrifice unto Yahweh. Go therefore now and work. For there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil. See, your work is not, even though your brother start off and let us know that it's essential for our survival. We got to work. We got to be on the plantation. When the so-called independence came to the former slaves, our fathers, the story goes, once they let them go from such rigorous servitude, they had nowhere to go. They sold themselves back into servitude. Because you have nowhere to go and you got to eat. You got 3 sons, 4 daughters, a wife. You can't stand in the middle of the road. So our fathers winded back on the plantations, working as what they call sharecropping. In all actuality, it was none other than slavery, as it was known in the beginning and as we read in this book. So again, at the 19th verse, and the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil, an evil case, after it was said, ye shall not diminish aught from your bricks of your daily task. And they met with Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them, Yahweh look upon you. Look what they saying. Look how the people is speaking against Moses and Aaron, because Yahweh done hardened Pharaoh's heart, and what has befallen the people. The people saying this to their brothers, even though they wrong, but look what they saying. And then think about you today. It says, and they said unto them, Aaron and Moses, Yahweh look upon you and judge between ye, and judge, because ye have made our Savior, our smell, our favor to be a whore, hated in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us. And note this, because we're making a comparison, and we're going to make a difference out of what we go over. Well, look how the people looked at Aaron and Moses when the people didn't really know and understand yet. Because what Moses and Aaron did and said was exactly what Yahweh commanded them to say. But the people don't have the same spirit, so the first thing they said, they hoping that Yahweh look down upon you and judge you for making us have this ill sight in our enemy eyes. Now you got our enemies on us even more because of what you have said. But it is true. Well, today, they saying the same thing about the Sabbath, but it ain't true. Yahweh ain't here. Yahweh ain't doing nothing to the Americans as far as what he did to Egypt when he was there. We can't say, and people saying it. People that saying they under the Sabbath is saying Yahweh is here today. We got people saying Yahweh is in our midst right now. Doing what? So when Yahweh did come in the midst of the people, and the people was under hard servitude and anger, and had that angry spirit on them, they ain't gonna bleed no mess like that. Well, today we do. And like I said, Yahweh was there. He was actually there. He actually sent them. But still, look at the spirit of the people. And then compare it to the day. Same things being said, but Yahweh is not here. Yahweh has not sent them to say it. We just had some brothers for the last 20 years going to Washington, telling Pharaoh or telling whoever heard them, which wasn't nobody, but whoever they were talking to, the steps or whatever, in Washington, to let my people go. We got people saying that right now. And it better be because Yahweh told them. And we know it's not. Well, here go an example where it was, where Yahweh told them. And you see the result of the people. You see the response of the people. They almost damned Aaron and Moses for what they said and what has befell them. Well, today we got people saying the same things, and these things are befalling us. We hurting because we believe that we don't supposed to be working the Sabbath day today. In America or in captivity. We apply different burdens to our brothers and sisters that don't match up with the enemy, and our brothers and sisters lose good jobs that the Almighty more than likely allowed them to get to take care of themselves and their children. And then we get the teachings of our brothers. We get the teachings of tradition, and we lose those jobs. We give up those jobs based on the false teachings of our brothers and sisters. And note, that same job they don't want you to work on Saturday is the same job they taking the 10th out of. So I think you might need that extra day, because they taking a 10th off of what you make. All of it has nothing to do with these scriptures of truth. We are reading what it says in the scriptures of truth, and it is defining what to be refreshed denotes. And that means that you're not just refreshed from a job, but you are refreshed from the work of oppression that is applied to thee each and every day, all day. The Almighty denoted it as the iron furnace. So you was in rigorous servitude just to pay your bills, just to eat as you are this day. And let me finish reading this to let you know your brother ain't added a word, and he know exactly what he read. For it tells us in the 22nd verse, and Moses returned unto Yahweh and said, Master, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he have done evil to this people. Neither has thou delivered thy people at all. And I just want to read this first verse of the 6th chapter. And it reads, then Yahweh said unto Moses, now shall thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. So what the people were saying was right. What Moses had to tell Pharaoh was right. When Moses and Aaron had to hear the complaints of the people, that was right. And then Moses brought that same complaint because it was right. What the children of Israel said, it was right because of how they was being treated. And Moses and Aaron would have truly been guilty if Yahweh never came there and told them to, as our brothers and sisters are guilty today, because Yahweh have never came here and told you to tell Pharaoh, nor have he told you to tell Israel that they supposed to keep the Sabbath in captivity. Nor did he ever come and tell Israel that you're supposed to pay the tithes of the enemy's land. So if Yahweh didn't send them, they would have been guilty. So that's why in the 6th verse it says, now shall thou see what I will do. Because they was right. Because they were sent to tell Pharaoh these things and Israel these things. Well, today, our brothers and sisters are wrong because they are not sent to tell Israel about keeping no Sabbath. They are not sent to tell Israel about paying no tithes, none of the above. So the complaints that we are giving them today is legit, based on Yahweh not telling you nothing. So we should be mad at you. We should speak against you when we tell you to pray for the peace of the city, and you talking about fighting the city, or you talking about doing this, that, and another, and that's going to give you some alleviation in that city. And you've been teaching that for 50 years, and you in the same condition that we in. No alleviation whatsoever. No windows open up whatsoever. And the reason why we will be in this stance is if we do take a quick look, I want to read one verse out of that 6th chapter that coincide with how our brothers and sisters felt then and how we feel today. It tells us in Exodus, the 6th chapter, the 9th verse, and Moses speaked so unto the children of Israel. But they hearkened not. Why not? Why didn't they hearken to Moses? And note why they didn't hearken to Moses. And note when they did. And then compare that with yourself today. You wouldn't hearken either. Based on the day, you wouldn't hearken either because of what you are enduring. So the Almighty got to bring you out of that. It says in the 9th verse, and Moses spake so unto the children of Israel. But they hearkened not unto Moses, for anguish of spirit. And for what? Did we not read in the 1st chapter of Exodus how rigorous their servitude was? Thus it reads, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish and for the spirit and for their jobs. I just says it. I will read it as it is written. It says for cruel bondage. That cruel bondage was your jobs. Not just your jobs, but you must include your work as part of the cruel bondage and the rigorous servitude. You must, if you really have any notion of what the Sabbath denotes. Let us turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 16th chapter. For in Exodus, the 16th chapter, this is the first time we find the chosen people being given the instructions to refresh oneself. And it allows us to know that the instructions was almost given as we was given today. Because I took us to Yom. I took us to the order of our Creator. I took us to Yahweh creating the earth and the 7th day and made it holy and sanctified. And now I am taking us to the chosen people that he made known this great day to. And it was only made known after what we just read, the rigorous servitude, the oppression. It was only made known to the children of Israel after they came out of the iron furnace, which was none other than the Egyptians' captivity. And I would like to pick up at the 16th verse. Please read the entire chapters in your spare time. It is very great to study the word of Yah, to meditate in the word of Yah day and night. So I advise each and every one of you to do so. It will also help you to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. So it is great to meditate in these days, in these words, day and night. It is great not just to know the chapter. It is great not just to know the verse, but it is great to know every word. For the scripture says every word of Elohim is pure. And he will be your shield, it reads. And he is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not, and we will not add nor diminish. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. And we definitely don't want to be found a liar. One of the 7 things that Yahweh hates. Thus it tells us in the 16th verse, this is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and armor for every man according to the number of your persons, that take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did melt it, or measured it with an armor, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it till the morning, and it bred worms. And the reason it bred worms, because they were supposed to eat it that night, or they were supposed to eat it that evening. We look at it a little different in our times. Now we got microwaves and all these things, so today ain't no telling what time you might see a man eating. Some people eat 10 o'clock at night. Some people eat 12. Some people eating 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, or 2 or 3 o'clock at night. But these orders here was that you supposed to eat it in your gathering, and didn't supposed to leave none of it until the next day, which denoted the morning. And those that did, it says again in the 20th verse, but some of them left of it until the morning, because you supposed to eat that quail that night, that evening. You supposed to eat the quail. You didn't supposed to leave it for a leftover. For thus it says, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them, because they ain't paying attention. And they gathered it every morning, not every evening, every morning. Every man according to his eating. Allows us to know when the day starts, in the morning. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day, so the day we just read about wasn't even the 6th day yet. It could have been the 4th day. It could have been the 5th day. Now it reads in the 22nd verse, and it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread. 2 armors for 1 man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow, if you in the day, and it tells us that in the daytime. It tells us that in the 22nd verse, the 6th day, they gathered twice as much. And then it tells us In the very next verse, and he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh has said. And that's all we want to know. That's all we want to believe. That's all we want to understand. This is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow, well, if you in the day, what is tomorrow? Is not that not the next day? It ain't the next night, nor is it the night coming up. It reads, tomorrow is the rest, tomorrow is the refresh of the holy Sabbath, and to Yahweh. Bake that which ye will bake today, and seers or ball that ye will ball, and that which remain over lay up for you to be kept into the morning. How about that? That truly allows us to know that your refreshing was supposed to be done in the morning. Some people say, well, I keep the Sabbath and then I refresh that night. No, the refreshing was done in that daylight. Just like you did your work in that daylight, well, you was to refresh in that same period, not another period. If I divide the day from the night, that is two different periods. And the Almighty did not tell you to refresh yourself in chaos, or refresh yourself in darkness, or refresh yourself at night. It was the day. It was Yom. It was, the model is the Almighty. The Almighty said he rests on the seventh day. Well, when he made it known to his children, they rest on the seventh day. They didn't rest at evening to evening. They rest on the seventh day. You could go to work on the sixth day at evening. You just supposed to make sure you ain't working when that sun rises. But many people, even today, got third shift jobs. And that's working in the dark. But even if you did find yourself working in the dark, you were not to be working when the sun rises. So it allows us to know that the Sabbath denotes the day, Yom, the first of his creation. Thus it reads again in the 23rd verse, and he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh have said, tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath, and to Yahweh. Bake that which ye will bake today. And what day is that? The sixth day. Not the sixth day at evening, but the sixth day. It's saying bake today, and seest that ye will seest, and that which remain over lay up for you to be kept until the morning, which is the Sabbath day. And they laid it up until the morning. If they laid it up until the morning, it was from that evening or from that day, because you don't have to start from the evening. Your work could have been done at 12 o'clock. You could have been preparing the meal of the Sabbath while you were doing other jobs. So it don't denote that you only prepared the 6-day meal at evening. That is not what it denotes. It tells us in the 24th verse, and they laid it up until the morning as Moses blazed, and it did not stink. Neither was there any worm therein, because they were not being disobedient. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath. And to Yahweh, today ye shall not find it in the field. They wasn't going out in the fields at night trying to find something that they didn't even know the name of. You think they was out in the fields looking for that at night? Come on, Israel. It tells us, again in the 25th verse, and Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it in the daylight. But on the 7th day, in the daylight, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none found out there. And that denotes that you don't supposed to go looking. You don't supposed to go out there looking for it. You don't supposed to go out there doing nothing. Go out there gathering those sticks or nothing. Thus it reads in the 27th verse, and it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day, not the 6th day at evening. It don't denote the 6th day at evening nowhere on this page dealing with the Sabbath. It says, and it came to pass that there went out some of the hard-headed people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my law? And the Sabbath is a commandment, and it is a law. See, for that Yahweh have given you the Sabbath. Therefore, he give you on the 6th day, not the 6th day at evening, but on the 6th day, the bread of 2 days. Did they go get the bread at night, or did they go and get and receive the manna in the day? It was the day. So the Almighty giving you a double portion, the 6th day. That way you won't have to go out there on the 7th day, because I already gave it to you. Thus it reads in the 28th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? See, for that Yahweh have given you the Sabbath. Therefore he give you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place when? At 6th day evening? What about the 7th day evening? No, it reads, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rest. The people was refreshed on the 7th day. So when Yahweh gave the law and the command for Israel to keep the Sabbath, it was for them to be refreshed on the 7th day, or any other Sabbath, because there were more than just what is known today as the weekly Sabbath. It was Sabbaths of restraint also commanded dealing with the feast days. But all of those were restraint days that restrained us from doing normal work, from doing any work. It also tells us, if we take a look at Exodus, the 20th chapter. Exodus, the 20th chapter, once the covenant of the law was made, It tells us in the 8th verse, Exodus, the 20th chapter, the 8th to the 11th verse, and it reads, remember, talking to the same people that he just commanded in the 16th chapter, it says, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And as your brother stated, it tells us to remember to keep the Sabbath day to keep it holy. But it does not imply that the Sabbath day is the only day that, where it does apply, that the Sabbath day is the only day that we were to keep holy, but it does not apply that you were not to be holy any other day. People is teaching that Israel was only holy on the 7th day, and that is not true. The scripture says Yahweh is holy. Therefore, he made thee holy. And when he made Israel holy, he did not make Israel holy on one day. Israel was supposed to be holy every day. Because your Creator is holy. And who can abide among Yahweh except you being holy? That's why we find ourselves scattered on the four corners of the earth today, because our fathers became unholy and Yahweh cast them out of his presence. And where you landed, you were still unholy. You didn't land somewhere and became holy, Israel. You must be the same condition that Yahweh, when Yahweh cast you out. So whatever condition of people you was when he cast you out, that is what you are today until you are clean from it, or till you are saved from it. So we are not being refreshed today. We have never been refreshed. I have perpetrated the Sabbath for almost 15 years, and I can never witness where I was actually refreshed. Playing the part, rehearsing, following man, and I was never refreshed. Never. Because we are finding out what refreshed means. So it tells us again, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shall thy labor and do all thy work. All of it. So if you was preparing for the 7th day where you did your work in that 6th day. It continued to tell us, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh, thy Elohim. In it, and it brings up what we brought up in the beginning, what was found in Genesis 2, the creation. So the creation of the Sabbath and the creation of the world is tied into this Sabbath. That's why it's known. In many places we find the Sabbath being written, it talks about how it was made known to Israel. And it talks about how the Sabbath was created in the beginning. But you got 48 chapters, and then add another 16 to the 48, which is probably about 62 or 64. You got 64 chapters before you hear another rendering about the Sabbath. After Genesis 2, you will never hear another rendering of the Sabbath until you are in Exodus 12, and that Sabbath denote the Sabbath of the Passover. And then in the 16th chapter, you get what is called the weekly Sabbath. In the 20th chapter, you get the weekly Sabbath. In the 31st chapter, you get the weekly Sabbath. In the 35th chapter of Exodus, you get the weekly Sabbath. But before you get all that knowledge of the Sabbath, before all this knowledge is made known to the children of Israel, you got 60-something chapters where there is not one word mumbled about the Sabbath. That's why we teach as it is written, when Yahweh made known the Sabbath unto his children. And that's why we teach that we don't have any proof that anybody else kept the Sabbath once Yahweh made it holy and sanctified. We don't have proof. Now, we can assume whatever, but this is not a class of assumptions. This is a class of facts and that which is revealed. And that which is revealed is Yahweh made known his holy Sabbath unto his chosen people, and it started in Exodus, the 12th and the 16th chapter. And it continued to be made known if we turn to Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, if we pick up at the 12th verse, and it reads, and please take note of his reading. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 12th verse, and it reads, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it. And note, if you for this is truly under the covenant of the law. We just left it the first year in Exodus 20. And it told us the same thing, to remember the Sabbath, to keep it holy. Well, 40 years later, and our fathers wandering in the wilderness, these same great commands and laws is given to our fathers, with them being under the covenant of the law, and with them having the Creator among them. And please understand this, because we got people saying that they are wise, and they don't even know what it means when it says in the land that you possess. I got so many people telling me I'm in error, but none of them ever. And they're accusing their brother being in error. None of them have ever came to their brother and said, brother, this is what it means when it says in the land that you possess. Brother, this is what it means when it says, do all that I command thee in the land that you possess. Not one man have came to even try to reason with me to show me what that means. But I keep telling you what it means. I keep showing you what it means. And it means that you were to do those things in the land that you inherit, in the land that you possess, in the land or your dwellings that you received by way of lot. No man ever explains that, because they will put their foot in their mouth. You can't tell us that that ain't what it means if it's written. Throughout the law. And not only is it written throughout the law, it is testified throughout the prophets that they did not do all that Yahweh said in the land that they possess. How about that, Israel? That got to mean something if you are willing to confirm every word. It got to mean something to you. You cannot just skip over that because of lack of understanding. You must go back to that until you find out what that means. You must. It tells us, Israel, in the 12th verse again, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it. And we're going to show what it means to sanctify and set apart. And it allows us to know we have never been refreshed. We have never been sanctified, nor have we ever been set apart while we find ourselves in America and scattered abroad. For it tells us in the 12th verse, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it as Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee. It is a command, Israel. Every word is. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it, in what? In that day thou shalt not do any work, thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox. Look, who is a recipient of what Yahweh did in the beginning. The man, the woman, his son, his daughter, his manservant, his maidservant, the animals. It tells us, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger. So after he deal with the immediate family, he go with your servants, and then he go with the animals that y'all have to survive on and what you work with. After the animals, he acknowledge what you was in Egypt. Thus it reads, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. Well, hold on. What do this gates denote? Do the gates denote your dwellings? Do the gates denote your inheritance? Do the gates denote the land you possess? Absolutely. Why else did Israel get kicked out? There is no words where Israel would get kicked out because of how they live in captivity. But there are many warnings and laws and commands that will tell Israel how they will live and what will befall them if they did not do all that Yahweh commanded them to do in their dwellings. And that land, and that saying was that the land will spew them out, that the land will cast them out. Well, today, Israel, we find ourselves spewed out of the land of promise. We find ourselves cast out of the glory of all lands. And it was only because of what we did not do in the land that we possess. And that's where Yahweh is commanding us to keep the Sabbath and commanding us to make sure that the stranger keep the Sabbath, as well as the animals, your maidservant, your manservant, your daughters, your sons, you and your wife. And today, we got many people lying about this Sabbath, hiding in the closet, but your children at work, your children at the park, your children at the ball game, your children is not doing what is commanded because they were not commanded to do it here. And the scriptures even tell us that the Almighty was going to challenge us with our children when He's told us that our children, that our sons shall ask thee, what means ye by this law? What means you by this commandment? What means you by this statute? And you was to be honest and tell them why you was under the Sabbath. Because we free, son. Yahweh delivered us out of Egypt, told us to keep the Sabbath, and that's why I got you doing it. Well, you can't tell me that today. Your son and daughter will laugh at you today. Why? Because they will realize that they are not free. Thus, it reads again in the 15th verse, and remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee out thence. We know it, through a mighty hand, by a stretched out arm. And he said, after I said all that I just said in this 15th verse, he give you the reason why. It started off saying in the 15th verse, and remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt. And then it's talking about, and that Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. And then you find the word therefore, which your brother loved to use and said the reason why. And it reads, therefore, the reason why Yahweh thy Elohim command thee to keep the Sabbath day. Because you was a stranger in Egypt, because you didn't rest, because your animals didn't rest, because your sons didn't rest, because your wife didn't rest. Therefore, Yahweh thy Elohim command thee to keep the Sabbath day, that ye may be refreshed or rest. It also tells us if we turn to 2 Kings, the 4th chapter, 2 Kings, the 4th chapter tells us, it gives us a reference. And the reference that we find in 2 Kings, the 4th chapter, we all turn there, please. And the reference that we find is dealing with the prophet Elisha and a woman whose son was raised because the son was ill. And I just want to make reference to the 23rd verse. For in the 23rd verse it says, and he said, wherefore will thou go to him today? And no, it is not at evening. It is not dark, but the husband is asking his wife with his son, and he said, wherefore will I go to him, talking about the man of Elohim, to inquire of Yahweh. It says, today it is neither new moon nor Sabbath. Remember what we read in Amos, the 8th chapter. It says, it is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, it shall be well. Well, I'm using this reference to show that during the Sabbath, after what was said in the wilderness, there was Sabbath journeys, meaning we might journey to the tabernacle, or we might have journeyed to another brother's gates, but it allows us to know that we did move on the Sabbath. And this lady was going to inquire of Elohim as if it was the new moon or the Sabbath. Another reference or a proper observance of the Sabbath can be found in Isaiah, the 56th chapter. Let's go to Isaiah, the 56th chapter, and see what refresh denotes. Isaiah, the 56th chapter. In Isaiah, the 56th chapter, it tells us in the 2nd verse, I'll read the 1st verse and read to the 7th verse, and it reads, thus said Yahweh, keep ye judgment. And note, your brother coming to a full circle, because I explained it the Sabbath a little more than just rest. A little more, I try to make it more deeper in using our work. And our refreshing came by way from not have to do this work. And when we didn't have to do this work, it allowed us not to be unfairly judged. It allowed us to not to be oppressed. It allowed us to not go through the daily trials and tribulations that many people endure on these jobs that they hate and can't stand. The Sabbath denoted peace also. Thus it reads in the very first verse, Isaiah 56:1, thus said Yahweh, keep ye judgment and do justice. Now this is talking about the Sabbath, but look at the first things being said. Thus said Yahweh, keep ye judgment and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Well, this is righteousness. And it is being revealed today that it is not done in America nor abroad, but it is done in the land that the Israelites possess. And how long did he say in the land that the Israelites possess? Forever. So it tells us in the first verse about this judgment, this justice, and his salvation, which is near to come, and his righteousness to be revealed. Bless. Look at the righteousness being revealed. Blessed is the man that does this, and the Son of Man that lay hold on it, that keep the Sabbath from polluting it. And note, it said blessed is the man that keep the Sabbath from polluting it. Then what is the opposite? Isn't it curse? The man that defile it. And if you under the law, as you saying you under the law when you say you keeping the Sabbath, if you under the law, keeping the Sabbath, making it holy and keeping it sanctified, then you will have to obey to every word. And you know what the other words say. He that defiled the Sabbath day should die. And you teach you under the covenant. You teach you under the laws. But you teach that we can't execute the judgment. And you will never find that written nor uttered out of your Creator's mouth. Never. Because he is the Elohim of judgment. And he gave our fathers a law. And he expected our fathers to execute the judgment speedily. But today, the judgment is prolonged with your teachings that we are under the Sabbath. And the only reason that the judgment is prolonged is because you are not under the Sabbath. This chapter deals with keeping the Sabbath, and the first thing it denotes is the judgment, the justice, the salvation, and the righteousness that will be revealed. And it told us in the second verse, blessed is the man that does this, and the Son of Man that lay hold on it, that keep the Sabbath from polluting it, and keep his hands from doing any evil. Please take note what the Sabbath denotes. It is not just resting and hiding in your closet or your bedroom to fast for strife, to tell somebody what you did. That is not the Sabbath, Israel. That's why the sign is never upon us. Never. It reads, neither, the third verse, neither let the son of the stranger, please take note, don't forget what you read in Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter, Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 15th verse. Neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to Yahweh, and the only way that a son of a stranger can join himself into Yahweh, the children of Israel must be under the covenant of the law. It reads, neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to Yahweh speak, saying, Yahweh have utterly separated me from what? From his people. Because those people under the law. So that's what I'm saying. One law to the homeborn and one law for the stranger that sojourned among you. So for you, being a stranger, to sojourn among us, we must be under the covenant of the law. We must be. But we know we ain't. That's why you don't find no strangers sojourning with us today. We are the sojourner, Israel. It don't say the stranger sojourning with the stranger. We are the stranger today. So we are the sojourners. We won't have a stranger sojourning with us today, Israel, because you do not find yourself in your dwellings. It continues to tell us, neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. Well, we're not under the covenant of the law for the eunuch to even mention that. We're not under the covenant of the law for the eunuch to come and tell us or ask us, can he join us because he has been castrated? That's what the eunuch is. Well, many of us have been castrated. And we were not under the covenant of the law, so we didn't worry about if we was accepted or not. But when you are under the covenant of the law, when you are returning, these things come to mind because you are back under the covenant of the law and you know what it says in the law dealing with people that's castrated. So it only applies when you're under the covenant of the law. That's why Yahweh commanded our fathers to do all that he commanded them in the land that they possessed. And that means every word, all the judgments included. The 4th verse reads, for thus said Yahweh unto the eunuchs that keep my Sabbaths and choose the things that please me and take hold of what? You're going to tell me they ain't under the covenant of the law? You got to be. It says it. And take hold of my covenant. Even into them will I give in my house and within my walls a place and a name better than of sons and daughters, because they back in that place and under the covenant. It says within my walls a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Also, please take note, the sons of the stranger that join themselves to Yahweh to serve him. Well, we just taught that Israel had to be free to serve Yahweh. You think the enemy don't have to be among us being free to serve our Creator? You think the enemy going to serve our Creator while our Creator is chastising the Son and to whom he well pleased? You got to be kidding. That's why the earth is like it is, and Israel being scattered abroad. That's why there is no records of 10 nations grabbing the skirt of a Yehudinite saying, we will go with thee. for we have heard that Yahweh is with thee. That's why you have never heard the other nations, as it is written in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, saying, what a wise and understanding people is this, that have an Elohim so nigh into them in all that they call upon him for. You have never heard those words, because you are not under the covenants of the law, and there is no nations following or chasing or coming after thee. Why not? Because Yahweh is not among you. Don't forget the reason why they coming. And all these truths should allow us to know that we have never been refreshed as a people being in America and scattered abroad. It should allow us to know that we have never been a recipient of a Sabbath. I don't care if the white man said, well, I'm handing you the law called freedom of religion. You still have not been able to be a recipient of being refreshed. Moses said it was not meant. We must go on a 3-day journey. And the 3-day journey took us into the wilderness. Well, what do the wilderness denote? The stranger? The other people? No, it denotes a place not inhabited. So Yahweh brought us out in the wilderness because he knew wasn't nobody going to be there. The 7th verse reads, even them will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joy in my house of prayer. Well, the holy mountain is in Mount Zion. It ain't in America. It reads, and make them joyful in my house. The house is in Jerusalem. It is not in Cincinnati. It says, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. The house of prayer is at Jerusalem, Israel. When Solomon made the house, his prayer was that if the people pray toward this house, hear them and forgive them. The house of prayer is at Jerusalem. When it is built. Right now, both houses have been totally destroyed. It tells us, Israel, a house, in my house of prayer, their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted. Again, there is no burnt offerings being accepted outside of Jerusalem, outside of the altar that Yahweh has instructed his children to build, and outside of the tabernacle that placed in his name. So if you make it burnt offerings anywhere other than your own dwelling, they will never be accepted, as they have not been even to this day. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar, his altar, not something you built. For my holy name, for my house shall be called an house of prayer for all people. And it was when Solomon built it. It tells us, the master Elohim, which gathered. Note, these people are gathered. They ain't scattered. And Yahweh said, he that gathered you, or he that scattered you, will gather you. Well, these people dealing with the observance of the Sabbath is being told, as it is read in the 8th verse, the master Elohim, which gathers the outcast of Israel, said, yet will I gather others to him besides those that are gathered into him. So whoever this enemy is, or whoever the stranger is that join themselves, he won't join himself before we are gathered. That's impossible. And if it's talking about us being gathered, it allows us to know that we would not be under the Sabbath until we are gathered. It continues to let us know that none of our offerings or any of those things will be accepted until we are gathered. And he's talking about gathered back, not gathered ourselves to Washington and all that. He's talking about gathering ourselves, he gathering us back to our dwellings. And this refreshment or being refreshed was supposed to be done for perpetual. And our brothers and sisters love to bring out how perpetual the Sabbath is. Well, it's not just the Sabbath, but every word that goes with that Sabbath. And let's show that truth by turning our scriptures to Exodus, the 31st chapter. Just kind of bear with your brother, because I'm kind of doing this off the top of my head. This is not a lesson that I actually put together for today. Matter of fact, I was running a little late, so we're doing this right off the dome. And it can be done because we know, believe, and understand. So all we got to do is follow the order, follow the instructions, and show what Yahweh said. And by the end of this presentation, your lips should be kissed, because you have given the right answer, dealing with being refreshed, dealing with Yahweh giving the Sabbath to his chosen, that they may be refreshed. Thus, it tells us in Exodus, the 31st chapter, if we turn there, please, to allow us to know that these things don't change. These things are perpetual. But that don't mean that these things won't be ceased until Yahweh gather you back and bring you back up under this great law. And then it becomes perpetual once again. And mind you, I give the same definition for perpetual. And our brothers and sisters refuse to accept that definition. So what I do is take them to the next verse. I take you to the 14th verse. I'll take you to the 15th verse. And I will look you in your eyes and ask you, are not these words also perpetual? And for some reason, they got understanding on them verses. Oh, no. That's not perpetual. We can't do that in the enemy's land. The Almighty going to be the judge. Well, we just read where this is perpetual. Every word that we're reading. But for some reason, you get wise to do evil, and you will hurry up and say, no, we can't do this part, though. Well, how can we not? If your definition of perpetual is forever, and cease don't have nothing to do with it, that's what you're telling me. Well, make sure you acknowledge that cease don't have nothing to do with it when you get to the 14th and 15th verse, where it says, he that defiled the Sabbath should die, and you are the one that are supposed to execute the judgment. Mr. and Mrs. Lawkeeper, you're not under no law. How can you keep the law without a judgment? That is terrible teaching. Ask your enemy. Every time you break one of the laws, ask him, is he under the judgments? And he's going to tell you absolutely to execute every one of these laws that you just broke. But we dealing with the Holy One. We dealing with the perfect one, and he got laws, but his laws don't require judgments today. That is terrible teaching, and that's a lie. It tells us in Exodus 31, if we all turn there, please. And in Exodus 31, and what we're going to read in this 31st chapter, it denotes what is said in Exodus the 25th chapter. And what was said in Exodus the 25th chapter was to build or create the gifts for the tents. So the Almighty is giving the instructions of all the gifts, at least in this part of Exodus, the gifts that he commanded Israel to make for the tabernacle or the tent of meeting. And one of the things that stuck out was the Ark of the Covenant, the table for the shewbread, the tabernacle in the 26th chapter, the altar that was commanded to be used for all the burnt offerings, the enclosure of the tabernacle, taking care of the lamps. The 28th chapter talk about the priest's clothing and how they were supposed to be made and what they were supposed to be made of and all that. And then the 29th chapter spoke about the dedication of Aaron and his sons. The latter part of the 29th chapter spoke about the 2 lambs every day being offered. The 30th chapter talk about the incense of altar. The latter part of the 30th chapter also spoke about the taxes for the tent. It also talked about the brass brazen that was in the tabernacle. It also talked about how the oil was to be made. It also talked about how to make incense. The 31st chapter talked about Elohim appoints the builders to build these things and how he put a certain spirit upon these people where they will have, as it read, and I have filled him with the spirit of Elohim in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning work, to work in gold and in silver and in brass and in stone and marble and timber and carvings and all manner of workmanship. And that's found in the 31st chapter of Exodus. And then we get to the 12th verse, Exodus 31 and 12. So I wanted y'all to know that the 25th chapter of Exodus to the 31st chapter of Exodus is connected. And then we got the story of what our fathers did in the wilderness with the golden calf. But the 25th chapter of Exodus to the 31st chapter of Exodus is connected. It denotes all the things that was to be built for the temple and the use of worship and service. And then we get to the 31st chapter of Exodus, the 12th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, after he just spoke all these things about building all this holy stuff for the temple, it reads, and Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, verily, he says, speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, verily, my Sabbaths, all of them. That is not talking about every Sabbath on the Sabbath, every 7th day. This is speaking about any Sabbath. And why would it be speaking about any Sabbath? Because he just gave the instructions of what to build and what to make for this great tabernacle, this great house of prayer. So, verily my Sabbaths, all of them, in this great house of prayer, we dealing with the weekly Sabbath, as they call it today, and we dealing with every other Sabbath that was connected with each and every feast day that had a Sabbath connected to it. Those are all the Sabbaths. Even the Sabbath of the land, that is a feast. So all the Sabbaths, this is speaking about every Sabbath. This is not talking about the weekly Sabbath. This is talking about every Sabbath. And he wants us to know this because he don't want you to do any work on the Sabbath, even the work that he commands you to do. He wants you to cease from it, for he ceased in the beginning. And you're supposed to be on that same path. So when you found yourself under the covenant of the law, you ceased from all manner of work the seventh day, even if it was work on the temple. So he allows us to know in his 13th verse, verily my Sabbath ye shall keep, for it is a sign, all of them, it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know, not give the benefit of a doubt, but that ye may know that I am Yahweh, that does sanctify you. And this is easy. It's really easy. But as the scripture says, our leaders cause us to err. So maybe they have made it hard for us. But this is truly easy if we trust in Yahweh with all our heart, mind, and soul. Because Yahweh just stated, dealing with these Sabbaths, that it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know, not guess, not give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, not find yourself in these churches and classes studying for 20 years and just now understanding this. It says that ye may know that I am Yahweh that does sanctify you. It is easy to find out if we under the Sabbath or not, just like it is easy in heck to find out if we sanctified or not. It is easy in heck to find out or prove without a shadow of a doubt that you are not set apart. That's easy to do. And we making it so hard. The 14th verse reads, ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defile it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, whoever, your son, your daughter, you can't say you keeping the Sabbath and your son at work. You can't say you keeping the Sabbath and your daughter at work. You can't say you keeping the Sabbath and your animals working. You can't even say you keeping the Sabbath and the stranger is working. Which is another great proof that no one of the children of Israel is keeping the Sabbath, nor is the sign of Yahweh among any one of us this day, which is the greatest proof of them all. It tells us, Israel, in the 14th verse, ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defile it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Well, let me warn you. Let me give you some more enlightenment. Not only will you be cut off from the people, but the people being cut off. How about that? See, your teachers are teaching you, well, if you defile the Sabbath, you're going to be cut off from the people. Well, ain't nobody raising their hand. Ain't nobody really trying to find out the words of certainty, of counsel and knowledge. You ain't raising your hand and asking, well, where is the people? And look at your teacher and watch he start sweating and digging all in his pocket, trying to come up with an answer. What you just read has already befallen us. We are already cut off as a people. The curse says that your remembrance shall cease, and it has. Ask the nations. It has. So these things have already happened. And if we are truly under the Sabbath today, then it will be people. It will be people actually on the earth that represent Yahweh, and they will be in their dwellings doing all that Yahweh said. The Almighty said, if you were under the Sabbath, under the covenant of the law, and you defiled it, I will cut you off from those people. Well, I'm asking the listening audience today, where are those people? And if you can't find those people, is it a proof and a truth that Israel is already cut off? Absolutely. If not, what are you doing here? Vacationing? So it lets us know the condition and what this sign denotes and what the defilement thereof, the judgment thereof. And it says, again, in the 14th verse, ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy to you and to you. Everyone that defile it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Where is our people? Where is our people? Our people, as I say, when our brothers and sisters say they set apart, I love to tell you the only thing you are set apart from is these people, which is yourself, the land, and the Sabbath. You are truly set apart. When you say we are set apart, you are truly right, because you are set apart from your land, which don't nobody even know about, don't nobody cry about, don't nobody desire to go back to. Your land, because if you did, you would truly acknowledge what all your dwellings is, and you would truly acknowledge what it means in the land that you possess. And with me not hearing anybody witnessing that, y'all don't care about Zion. Y'all don't care about the land of Canaan. Y'all don't care about the glory of all lands. You care about where you at and what you doing. That's it. Because where you at and what you doing is not going to get us back to the land. Matter of fact, it's making us forget the land. Because you're teaching we can do everything that we're supposed to do in that great land wherever you at. So it makes us forget the land. It has us singing songs of Zion before the enemy instead of not singing. It continued to tell us in this 15th verse, 6 days may work be done, but in the 7th is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever does any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. So you're cut off. And if you put to death, you're surely cut off. But it allows you to know that you're cut off from among your people, and you should surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath And not just keep the Sabbath with your mouth, but it says to observe. If you observe the Sabbath, we're going to show you what it means to be refreshed. But if you're going to observe the Sabbath, it's some things you got to do. See, we didn't just talk it. We had to live therein. Today, we're a bunch of talkers. Under the covenant of the law, being in all our dwellings, we had to be about it. We had to live therein, which no one is doing this day. And it tells us in the 16th verse, wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. All that we read is perpetual. Let's keep reading. And it, under this perpetual covenant, to let us know that it can cease. And another great example of that is Yahweh not being in the midst of you. Yahweh telling us that he will hide from you. Yahweh telling us that he will not hear your prayers. Yahweh telling us that he will put you among the heathens and their gods, and he will not show you no favor. Well, in the 17th verse, it says, it is this perpetual covenant dealing with the Sabbath. While Israel is under the covenant of the law, it is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. Well, where is Israel at today? For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he refreshed, it reads, and he rested and was refreshed. So that's what it denotes. That's why the subject matter is called be refreshed, because that's what Yahweh did, and that's what he commanded his children to do when they found themselves under the covenant of the law, and he told them exactly where to do all, and that was in the land that you possess. That was all your dwellings. That was the land that you inherit by way of lot. That was your kingdom in your country. Thus, the latter part of the 17th verse reads, and earth, heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him on Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of Elohim. It also tells us, if we hold this page, I think I skipped it one. Let's go back to the 23rd chapter right quick to continue to nail in the title of this presentation. And it tells us in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, we pick up at the 10th verse and read to the 13th verse, because I want to imply something that's found in the 13th verse. But it tells us in the 10th verse of Exodus, the 23rd chapter, the 10th verse, and it reads, and 6 years, and note, your brother said, according to Exodus 31, the 13th, 14th verse, when they talk about the Sabbath, your brother has said that that denotes every Sabbath that you find in your Holy Scripture. It is not talking about what is called the weekly Sabbath. It is included the weekly Sabbath and every other Sabbath that Yahweh has commanded his children to keep. So in the 10th verse, it says, in 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, work your land, and shall gather in the fruits thereof. but the 7th year, which is a Sabbath for a whole year. It reads, but the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner, thou shalt deal with thy vineyards and with thy olive yards. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, as we read in Deuteronomy 5:14. And on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thy ox and thy ass may rest or be refreshed, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be what? Refreshed. And after he reminds us about these great Sabbaths, it reads in the 13th verse, and in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. And I just wanted to interject this, because we study, we learning, we teaching. It was said a few days ago, it was said in a question, what do you think, I'm not quoting, but it was saying, I'm kind of paraphrasing, it was saying, what do you think will happen when Yahweh come and he hear you mentioning the name of another God? And when I read that interesting question, I commented with a simple word, and I used the word saved. So it was responded back, are you saying that when Yahweh come to save his people, is somebody saying another name of a God, Yahweh ain't going to do nothing to him? And I said, no, that is not what I said. What I said was saved. And you talking to us. Your question is opposed to your brothers and sisters. So you got a brother responding back to you with the knowledge of scriptures, and he said saved. So when I explained myself, I said saved because we hope that Yahweh have mercy on us and save us and tell us what his name is. Make his name known unto us. And I gave Exodus 3, I think the 7th verse to the 12th verse. I gave Exodus 6, the 2nd verse to the 9th verse. And both chapter and verses denoted that when our fathers were in captivity, they wasn't sure about his name. They didn't know his name. They were calling on all type of things before Yahweh came. And he already know that, because when he came, he said, I heard they cried. They cried wasn't to me. They cried could have been like today. People say they cry to Yahweh. Well, they talking about Jesus. They talking about somebody else. So when our cry was heard in Egypt, he didn't hear them calling out his name. That's why I gave my brothers and whoever read that post, Exodus 3. I think I gave them 3 to 12 or whatever it was, and then I gave them Exodus 6. 2 to 9, because both chapters show that our fathers did not know the Almighty name. So when Yahweh come, if he required that which is past, if he's going to deal with us like he dealt with our fathers that came out of Egypt, then we're going to have names of other gods in our mouths. But he's going to take them out. He's going to take them out, and he's going to replace them with his name. The name that he made known to us that day. And that's what we will call him. Now, later on, in retrospect, after he make known that name, and you call on those names, then you're going to get what you got coming. But before, I was talking about our condition today. We got many brothers and sisters calling Yahweh all type of names. And I would be a fool to say, well, when Yahweh come, if he hear that name out your mouth, he going to kill you. I would be a fool based on what's written. Based on Yahweh say he required that which is past, that would be a fool to tell my brother if Yahweh catch you with another God name in his mouth, and I know the God that we talking about, that creature in the new text. But even that creature in the new text, if that name was on your mouth, you will be forgiven if you saved. And Almighty going to take that out and replace it. But that teaching come by way of us being taught that we under the law today. That's why one would even ask that. Well, if Yahweh came today and caught you with the name of another God in your mouth, what do you think he'd do? Well, based on the law, you would be sinning, and if he rendered the judgment upon you, it would be death. We just read in the 13th verse, and all things that I have said unto you under the covenant of the law, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other deities, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. Well, today, your brother teach fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And if you are truly one that's trying to walk with Yahweh by way of fearing him and departing from evil, and the Almighty allow you to have knowledge that this name, that name is evil, then you wouldn't use it. You wouldn't use it. Just on your integrity, not you being under the law. That's just being based on your integrity and based on what you have learned. Now, what about the rest of the people? Everybody ain't going to have the same spirit on them. So what about all your other brothers and sisters that denote the remnant that's left? You think the Almighty going to start killing them because they had other names on their lips? Absolutely not. That's what it means when you read in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, where it says, I will cleanse you from thy idolatry. Well, the calling out of that name is by way of your idolatry. So you're going to be forgiven for that. And a new name going to be placed in your mouth. A new name going to be placed in your heart. A new name going to be placed in your mind. And that name is going to be the Creator. The Creator's name. So I just wanted to interject that based on a comment that I made a couple of days ago to a brother's post. And it was dealing with Israel having the name of other gods on their mouths. Many of us have been truly a recipient of Yahweh's mercy to where he have allowed us to see these things. He have given us another spirit to where we are witnessing these things. But that do not denote or take away from the curses and the punishment and the judgment that Yahweh have laid upon our fathers. We still going to find ourselves going to and fro throughout the earth trying to find the true words of Yahweh, and we will not find them. We're going to try our best to alleviate ourselves from the trials and tribulations that we endure, but it will be to no avail. Yahweh said, I am the one that have scattered thee, and he allowed anyone that's willing to open up their eyes to see that I am the one that will gather thee. So all we can do today is wait on Yahweh. There is no assurance of our life. There is no rest to our feet. Thus we do not, nor have we ever been refreshed while we have been chapters in America and abroad. We have never been the recipient of the Shabbat, and you don't have to worry about being cut off from the people because you are already cut off. You see the logic that they teaching us? They got us scared of being cut off from something that we are already cut off. What type of knowledge is that? We are already cut off. If your brother a liar, show him the people. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. We're going to hit on a few more of these chapters and verses, and we'll open up for comments and questions because these things are taught on a regular, but they are done in error on a regular. That's why I feel so compelled to teach on the Sabbath. With me not being able to prepare like I normally do, I had a choice. Fear Yahweh, depart from evil. The Sabbath or our dwellings. And I'm trying to put them all three together in this presentation. Because these are regular conversations among us. We see brothers of high degree and low degree telling people that they're keeping the Sabbath, we under the law, this is where we supposed to do the things that Yahweh command us, and these are things said every day. So these things need to be reproved every day. These things need to be shown every day. And the only thing that I can come up with is that we are just refusing, because I can't believe that people having presentations about all these other things, and they are so wise, and Yahweh sent them, but when it comes to do all that Yahweh command you in the land that you possess, you dumbfounded. When it comes to the judgment, you dumbfounded. When it comes to the Sabbath, man being made known to Israel when they came out of slavery, you dumbfounded. But everything else, you the wisest man out, and Yahweh sent you. It tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it tells us in Ezekiel, Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And it tells us in the 20th chapter of Ezekiel, if we take a look it tells us in the 5th verse, and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day when I chose Israel, and he didn't choose them at nighttime. He didn't choose them when the sun was going down. I guarantee you, when he chose Israel, it was daylight. I guarantee it was the rising of the sun and of the same going down that day. That represented a day. From the rising of the sun to the going down of the same is when Yahweh chose Israel, and it denoted a day. He did not choose them in the night. It says, and lifted up my hand into the seed of the house of Israel, of the house of Jacob. And note, it reads, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt. So if he had to make himself known to them, ain't no telling what they was calling on for 430 years. Just like us today. It reads, saying, how did he make himself known to our fathers? Saying, I am Yahweh your Elohim. So for me to teach this, Yahweh had to make himself known to them. And they couldn't have known who he was. And Moses acknowledged that when he was sent. For he said, what should I tell them? They going to ask me, what is your name? And he told them, I am that I am. Therefore, tell them, I am have sent thee. And then he said, moreover, Yahweh is my name. And Yahweh will be my memorial. So the name memorial means to remember. The name that is to be remembered is not I am that I am. The name that is to be remembered is found in the very next verse, the verse after that, and the verse after that. And it is L-O-R-D in capital letters. When that is transliterated back to Hebrew, it is Yahweh. So Yahweh is the name that was made known to the children of Israel when he brought them or bringing them out of Egypt. The 6th verse reads, in that day that I lift up my hand unto them to bring them forth out of the land of Egypt into a land. Note, the purpose of bringing you out of Egypt was to bring you in to your dwellings, Israel, into a land that I had espied for them. This dwelling that you consist of is a dwelling that Yahweh has spied out for you. Even though you might have wanted to dwell in California, he got somewhere else that he has espied out for you to dwell forever. Thus it reads, a land that I had espied for them, flowing with milk and honey. And if you get confused, it tells us which is the glory of all lands. So let's stop today, Israel. Let's stop teaching that our dwellings is wherever we at. Let's not witness to the world and tell the world that we are the babies of Yahweh and then tell them we live wherever we at. That is a confused confession. It continued to tell us, then said I unto them, cast ye away every man his abomination. So it lets us know when Yahweh came, they had abominations in their heart, mind, and soul. And the Almighty told Moses to tell them to cast ye away every man the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourself with the idols of Egypt. So you was already defiled when he came. He forgave you, Israel, like he going to forgive you again. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. But they rebelled. They didn't want to hear that. They didn't want to hear the words of truth, the words of life. So the words of life became a snare unto them. It tells us, but they rebelled against me and would not hearken unto me. They did not every man cast away the abomination of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I wrath, note the mercy of our Creator. Note what's going to save us. It says, but I wrath for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them. When? And bringing them from out of the land of Egypt. So the sign of Yahweh was never on Israel in Egypt. Never, until he brought them out. And I am saying the same thing about us today. The Almighty sign have never, the sign of the Sabbath, of him being our Elohim and we being his people, have never been shined or seen upon us since we've been in America and abroad, period. There is no man in the world that can prove that sign. We got brothers and sisters looking at the moon and everything else, but I bet you can't show me this sign. I bet you can't show me the sign that Yahweh is among us today, that you are his people and he is your Elohim. I bet you can't show that sign. And it's a sign that denotes you being under the covenant of the law. It denotes you being Yahweh's children, and it denotes that Yahweh is with you this day. And no one can show that sign. You can talk it. You can tell me what you want out your mouth, but you can't show the sign. And the only reason you can't show the sign is because you're not under it. Because the Almighty said if you was, it shall be a sign. It also continued to tell us in the 10th verse, and it reads, wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness. And note what happened once he brought you out of captivity. Once he brought you out of America, look what happens. This don't happen while you in America, but this is what should happen after you are brought out of Jacob's trouble. It reads, and I gave them my statutes, the same statutes, and showed them my judgments, the same statutes and judgments that I show every Israelite, that is found in Deuteronomy 4, the 5th verse, Deuteronomy 5, the 31st to the 33rd verse, Deuteronomy 6, the first 3 verses, Deuteronomy 12, the first verse. All of those verses talk about the statutes and the judgments that Israel was commanded to do forever in the land that they possess. Every one of those chapter and verses. And here it tells us, after Yahweh brought us out of Egypt, it reads again in the 12th verse, moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths. Not Sabbath, I gave them the weekly Sabbath. That is not written. It says, moreover, I gave them my Sabbaths. Every one of them. For what? To be a sign between me and them. So not just the weekly Sabbath, right, y'all? You talking about every Sabbath? Absolutely. Every Sabbath is a sign between me and them. Well, today, the sign is not shown among Israel. And nor is Israel keeping any Sabbaths, even though they do confess out of their mouth that they are keeping the so-called weekly Sabbath. The Almighty and your brother is calling you a lie. You are not keeping the weekly Sabbath, nor any other Sabbath that he commanded our fathers to keep. And I don't want to hear that you supposed to keep Yahweh's Sabbath up on his green earth, or unless it's commanded to be done in the land. That is foolishness. Make up your mind. Do we supposed to do it wherever we at? Or do we supposed to do it in a Pacific geographical location? Your brother said a Pacific geographical location. Well, we got people teaching wherever you are at. If that is the case, then why would you say you're supposed to keep Yahweh laws on his green earth except those things that you're supposed to do in your land? Well, your brother have taught over and over for years that everything was supposed to be done in your land. So how could you say that you're supposed to do whatever Yahweh said wherever you at, except the things he commands you to do in the land? He commands you to do everything in the land. If not, somebody please reprove your brother. Help me is what I'm asking. Help me at the end of this presentation to understand what does it mean when he commanded Israel to do all that he commanded them in the land that they possess. Please, somebody help me at the end of this presentation. Don't let your brother just keep walking down the street in error. Help me if I'm wrong. So even in my days of reproving you, I still have extended my hand out. Help me if I'm wrong. But I'm going to keep reproving you because I know I'm not. But if I'm wrong, help me. Because it tells us, again, Israel, in the 12th and 13th verse, moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am Yahweh, that what? Sanctified them. And you are not sanctified, and Yahweh in your midst. And then it reads, but the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. Note, when they were sanctified. Note, when they found themselves under the covenant of the law. Note, when the Sabbath was made known unto them. It reads again in the 13th verse, but the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walk not in my statutes, and they despise my judgment, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths they greatly polluted. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them. Where at? In captivity? Absolutely not. It reads, in the wilderness to consume them. But I wrath for my name's sake. I did it. I didn't punish them the way I thought to punish them for my name's sake. Because my name was on their salvation. My name was on their deliverance. In whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lift up my hand into them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land, please take note, which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey. I told you, your dwellings was only in one place. If your dwellings was wherever you was at, what do the 15th verse mean? If your dwellings was wherever you was at, if Yahweh wanted us to do what he commanded us wherever you are at, what do this 15th verse mean? You mean somebody just put it there to mean nothing? It reads, yet also I lift up my hand into them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them. Well, it don't make no difference, Yahweh. The people said we can do it wherever we at. You don't have to go into that land. You don't have to be in that land to do all that Yahweh said. You don't even have to be in that land to keep the Sabbath. Well, somebody lying here, and the Almighty is making a distinction from the people that go in that land and the people that don't make it in that land. The people that don't make it in the land is the ones that ain't doing nothing that Yahweh said. Because they don't have to. Why not? Because they're going to find their butt dead in the wilderness. But the people that's going into that particular land, they were commanded to do all that Yahweh said forever in that land. And that's all your brother have ever brought up over and over and over again. That's all. And don't nobody want to witness it. And I bring up Deuteronomy 27:26, which says, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of the law and do them. And this is law, and you're not confirming it. You're not confirming all the words. When we get to in the land you possess, you go dumb. You're dumb on that part. You ready to block me, care to assassinate me, and everything else when we get to that part. So you're not confirming every word, brother and sisters. I'll just end with this 16th verse, and it says again in the 16th verse, and then I must jump down to the 21st verse, or the 20th verse. It says in the 16th verse, because they despise my judgments and walk not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, and you would pollute the Sabbaths if you're not walking in the statute. The statutes tell you where, when, and why, and how. So if you're not walking in the statute where it tell you where, and you find yourself doing it somewhere else, yeah, you will be polluting. Thus it says, they walk not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, for their heart went after their idols. If we drop down to the 20th verse, it says, and hallow my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am Yahweh your Elohim. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. They polluted my Sabbaths, Israel. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. Nevertheless, I withdrew my hand and wrought for my name's sake, not your sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, in whose sight I brought them forth. And the Almighty got tired. The Almighty got tired of us despising and abhorring his statutes and his judgments, even the statutes and the judgments of his Sabbath. So it tells us if we turn our scriptures to Jeremiah the 17th chapter, because the Almighty is getting tired. He's getting tired that the people that was in their dwellings under the covenant of the law kept despising his statutes and his judgments, his commandments and his laws and his testimonies. So they was despising being refreshed. They was despising the refreshment that Yahweh was giving only to them. He had made known this refreshment to you after he seen and heard your rigorous servitude and affliction. And he kept telling our people to remember this, to keep the Sabbath holy, that you may be holy, that ye may be refreshed, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually. So it tells us in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, the 19th verse, if we pick up there, and it reads, thus said Yahweh unto me, go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, whereby the kings of Yehudah come in, and by the which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem. Again, the story always denotes the land that we possess, always. The 20th verse reads, and say unto them, hear ye the word of Yahweh, ye kings of Yehudah, and all Yehudah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem that enter in by these gates. Thus said Yahweh, take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. Neither carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day. not the evening before the Sabbath, nor the Sabbath night, but or the night after the Sabbath, but the Sabbath day. It reads, neither do ye any work, but hallow ye the Sabbath, consecrate ye the Sabbath day, as I have commanded your fathers. But they obeyed not, neither inclined their ear, but made their necks stiff, that they might not hear, nor receive instructions. And it shall come to pass, if ye diligently hearken unto me, said Yahweh, to bring in no burden through the gates of this city, your dwellings. And this is just one of the cities of all your dwellings, on the Sabbath day. But hallow the Sabbath day, to do no work therein. Then shall there enter into the gates of this city kings. We don't even know what a city at, let alone a king, and princes sitting on the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Yehuda, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall remain forever. Well, we know that that is not so, because our fathers broke the covenant of the law. They despised, as we read in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, they despised the Sabbath. They abhorred Yahweh's word, his laws and his statutes. They threw behind their back. So today we don't see Jerusalem. Today we don't see a king. Today we don't see no gates. Today we don't see no prince. The 26th verse reads, and they shall come from the cities of Yehuda, and from the places about Jerusalem, meaning your dwellings, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the plains, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing burnt offerings, all of y'all dwellings, and sacrifices, and meat offerings, and incense, and bringing sacrifices of praises into the house of Yahweh, which was only in Jerusalem. But if ye will not hearken unto me, to hallow, to consecrate, to sanctify, to set apart, hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in the gates in your dwellings, the place you was kicked out. It says, I will kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. Well, today, all these things is upon us. Could it be because our fathers have forsaken the Sabbath day in their dwellings? Absolutely. That's why there is no king today. That's why it is no prince today. That's why Jerusalem is not in your midst today. That's why you don't have any gates of your own dwellings. The commandment was to never remove your father's landmark. Why? Because this is your dwellings forever. Whenever you come out of whatever dispensation you find yourself, the landmark was to denote that this is where your father lived. And another way they used was a record of genealogy to prove that this was your dwelling and this was your bloodline. Well, we have none of that today. And why should we if we're not in that land? It also tells us, if we take a look at Leviticus, the 26th chapter, Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and it tells us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, real quick, if we pick up at the 34th verse of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and it reads in this wise, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbath. Enjoy it. And note how the land your dwellings. Note how your dwellings enjoy the Sabbath. Since you want to say your dwellings is wherever you at, well, look what Yahweh said, how your dwellings enjoyed the Sabbath, and how your dwellings enjoy the Sabbath. It reads, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, all of them, as long as it lies desolate, and you be in your enemy's land. So it's letting us know that our dwellings at this time is only enjoying the Sabbath because we are off of our dwellings. It reads, and ye be in your enemy's land, and you are on his plantation at work. Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths. How long, Yahweh? Because they ain't hearing you. It says, as long as it lies desolate, it shall rest. Why? Why can't it rest if we was there? It reads, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths. And that's talking about all of them, not just the weekly Sabbath. When ye, look, y'all, look up the word dwelt and tell me that the word dwelt don't mean dwellings. It says, when ye dwelt upon it. On what? The promised land. It also tells us in the 43rd verse, the land also shall be left of them. The land is all of your dwellings, Israel. The land also shall be left of them and shall enjoy, not just keep, not just celebrate, but enjoy. And that's something you have never done. Even though you have lied out your mouth, talking about you kept the Sabbath, you have never enjoyed it in the sense that our Creator is speaking, because he made sure you didn't, because he put you in the enemy's land. So again, it reads in the 43rd verse, the land also shall be left of them and shall enjoy her Sabbath, while she lie desolate without them. And they, the children of Israel, that find themselves in another man's dwellings, it says, and they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity. And what is the punishment? You being without the Sabbath, without the land, and without your Creator. That is truly a grave punishment. So it tells us, they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, even because they despise my what? Judgments, and because their soul abhor my what? Statutes. So you can't be under the Sabbath not being under the judgments. That is impossible. Thus, it tells us, if we turn to 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. 2 Chronicles, 36th chapter. It tells us in the 36th chapter, I'll pick up at the 15th verse, and it tells us in this warning, just like we was warned in Jeremiah 17, dealing with the kings and all that, it continued to tell us in the 15th verse, and Yahweh Elohim of their fathers sent to them by his messengers, rising up betimes and sinning, because he had compassion on his people. And what? On his dwelling place. Well, if Jerusalem was his dwelling place, where was yours? Being the children. In America? Come on, Israel. It tells us in the 16th verse, but they mocked the messengers of Elohim and despised his word, as they doing today, and misused his prophets, until the wrath of Yahweh rose against his people, till there was no remedy. Therefore he brought, note if you under the Sabbath, note if you worshiping Yahweh, note if you serving Yahweh, note all the things you're supposed to have. Well, this is denoting that you're not serving him by taking all these things. The Sabbath was one. Now let's keep reading. It says, therefore he brought upon them the king of the Chaldees, who slew their young men, and the young men with the sword in the house of their sanctuary, and had no compassion on young men or maidens, old men or him that stooped for age. He gave them all into his hand. So they were not on their dwellings, and they were not under the covenant of the law, because Yahweh had given these people into the hand of their enemies, and he told his people to serve the enemy. The 18th verse reads, and all the vessels, what we use to worship Yahweh, is taken. So how is we calling ourselves worshiping Yahweh when he commanded right before he gave us the laws dealing with the Sabbath? In Exodus 31, I just showed from the 25th verse all the way to Exodus 31, these things was commanded to be created and made to worship Yah. Well, the Almighty taking them. Now, why is he taking them? Is he taking them for you to worship him? Is he taking them to Babylon for you to worship him in Babylon? Absolutely not. But that's where he took the things of worship, and you too. And you did not worship him again until he came to visit you and set you free, according to the story, the man that was anointed to make the decree to set you free. He also gave all these things that we read back to them. Why? Because they was going back to worship Yahweh and build a temple. These things are essential. These things are commanded. So if we say we back worshiping, then we better have these things in our presence. According to the story, when we went back to worship Yahweh, these things was given to us to have in our presence. Well, right now we're reading about Israel being punished. Israel not being under the Sabbath, nor the covenant of the law. So it denotes that these things was taken and brought to Babylon. The 19th verse reads, and they burnt the house. So the house that Yahweh placed his name, the house that y'all still turning to the east, praying to, is burnt to the ground. It says, and they burnt the house of Elohim, and break down the walls of Jerusalem, and burnt all the places thereof with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels thereof. And them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, and it was not to worship him, nor to keep the law. You just read who was left and what happened to them that didn't make it in Babylon. So you're going to teach that those that escaped the sword, Yahweh sent to Babylon to keep the law? And that is not what it says. They made it in Babylon because they escaped the sword. If they didn't escape the sword, where would they have been? In America or in the grave? In the grave, Israel. So it tells us, it says, and they were servants to him. Those in Babylon were servant to Nebuchadnezzar and his sons' sons, and to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. And the reign of the kingdom of Persia is when that decree came about to let all Israel go that had in their heart to go back and build the temple. And note, and it's just like prophesied. Because the first Exodus, which we find in the book of Exodus, was done in haste. Where the Almighty speak about the second Exodus, which many people think is coming in our time and don't understand that the second Exodus has passed. Because it said that the second Exodus, that they will return back not in haste. And when you read the story of the return from Babylon, it was truly not in haste, nor in a hurry. But they did come back. And those that came back they came back with all the things that was essential to worship Yahweh in the tabernacle. They came back with the law. They came back with the Spirit. And when they got in the land, they did all that Yahweh said, even the Sabbaths and all the feast days that many people teach that you are not commanded to do here today. But note, when Ezra and all them came out of Babylon, they kept the Sabbaths and all the feast days. And why did they keep them then? Because they back in the land and they back under the covenant of the law. And it tells us in the 21st verse that all these things was done to fulfill what Jeremiah said, and it don't say it, but if you read it and come back and read what happened, it witnesses, it justifies, or it testifies what is written in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse. Thus it reads, to fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah into the land. Please take note what you just read in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse. It reads, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbaths. And for as long as she lie desolate, she kept Sabbath to fulfill 70 years. And I have elders telling me that Leviticus 26th chapter has never been fulfilled. And I have elders telling me that I'm in error to try to put a time on Yahweh word, and I'm not. I just have a different spirit to where I'm seeing something that you're not seeing. But I'm not keeping it to myself. I'm revealing it. I'm revealing it to you. You just don't want to understand it. It just told us right here in this 21st verse. And when you study the Bible, study the words. Do word study. Do phraseology. Study the phases. Study the quotes. And you would note that a lot of these things are the same throughout. And it allows us to match the pieces. In this 21st verse, it talk about the land. It talk about the land enjoying the Sabbath. It also talk about the land being desolate without them. Well, where else can we find that word for word, verbatim? And it is found in Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And why wouldn't it be? Isn't that where our fathers came under the covenant of a law? So this is a law already given. Later on, in retrospect, we can see the testimonies of this law right here in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, and also in the book of Daniel. Daniel acknowledged these same words. In the book of Daniel, the 9th chapter, the first 2 verses, he confirmed these same words. And he note who the prophet of these words. He even said it in the desolation of Jeremiah. So these things have happened. And they happened because of what our fathers did in their dwellings against the statutes and judgments. It also tells us if we take a look I think we went to Isaiah 56. I want to go to Isaiah 58. Let us go to Isaiah 58. Isaiah 58. And it tells us in Isaiah 58, if we pick up at the 13th verse, allowing us to know what Yahweh denoted as being refreshed or keeping the Sabbath. It tells us in Isaiah the 58th chapter, and it reads in the 13th verse, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, a holy, the holy of Yahweh, honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thy own ways. And note what else, how we honor him. Because a lot of people say, well, I'm honoring him doing my own thing. Well, you're not. It also say, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words. And mostly all of them are guilty for speaking their own words, for giving Yahweh benefits of a doubt. Then shall thy delight, if you don't do those things, under the covenant, being in the land, it says, then shall thy delight thyself in Yahweh, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth. The high places of the earth is found in the glory of all lands, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob, thy father, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. Well, you can only eat from the heritage of Jacob by being in the land, because the heritage of Jacob denotes all of their dwellings and the blessings that Yahweh said he will put upon the land that he spied out, the glory of all lands, which was none other than all of your dwellings, Mr. and Mrs. Israel. It also tells us, if we turn our scripture to the book of Nehemiah, the book of Nehemiah, it tells us in the book of Nehemiah and gives us another example of being refreshed. It tells us in the book of Nehemiah, if we take a look at the 13th chapter, and it tells us in the 13th chapter, as it told us in Jeremiah the 17th chapter, it tells our fathers again. But note, when it is telling them, these words are being testified against them once they have entered back under the covenant of the law. And the Sabbath is included in the covenant of the law. Thus it reads in the 15th verse of the 13th chapter of Nehemiah. In those days saw I, where? In America? No, it reads, in those days saw I in Yehuda some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and laden asses, like they said in Jeremiah 17, also wine, grapes, figs, and all manner of burdens. And he said, don't bring no burden in the gate, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. And what is so significant about this? Hold that right quick, and let's just shoot right to Numbers right quick. Let's just go to Numbers. We're going to pick that up. Hold one hand on that page, and let's go to Numbers, the 15th chapter real quick. Because we need to know the significance of this. Because maybe people don't fear Yahweh enough for where they would say, well, it's better to do it than not do it. It's better to give him the benefit of the doubt than not. Well, that might be true to one that don't know, but you say you know, believe, and understand. So why is you giving him a doubt on anything? Well, maybe this will change your mind. Maybe your brother can install some fear in you. For it tells us in Numbers, the 15th chapter, the 32nd verse, and let me read it real quick. It says, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks on the Sabbath day. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him into Moses and Aaron and into all the congregation. And they put him inward because it was not declared what should be done to him. And Yahweh said unto Moses, he went on and declared it, the man shall be surely put to death. You forgot what I said in Exodus, the 31st chapter, the 14th and the 15th verse? So he reiterates. It reads, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him. And you need to stop and ask Yahweh and say, well, Yahweh, my brother, who said you put him over us, taught us, and is teaching us that you are the only one that's going to do the judgment. They are teaching us that we are in error when we teach that we were the ones to execute the judgment. Well, Yahweh smashes this controversy among us, for it reads, again in the 35th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death, and all the congregation shall stone him with stones. Where at? Wherever we find him, no, we don't want to pollute the land, so take him outside the camp. And at this time, we in the wilderness, so take him outside the camp and stone him without the camp. And note, it does not say, and when he said that, Yahweh did it. Yahweh killed him with a stone. Or it don't say, and Yahweh shot lightning down and killed him. It reads, and all the congregation brought him out without the camp and stoned him. All of them of age stoned him with stones, and he died. As Yahweh what? Asked, suggest, or command? Command Moses. So we were not to play with this. Yahweh mean what he say and say what he mean. Don't never let your brother supplant benefit of a doubt in your mind, because it can cost you your life. Nehemiah 13, it continued to tell us, Nehemiah 13 to 16 verse, it reads, there dwell men of Tyre also therein, and note who is dwelling. And I brought us here, because we're going to close with one or two more chapter verses, but I brought us here to close. And in this closing, I need you to see this story. Not just the story, but all that we done brought up so far. And it will prove that your brother is correct, that you cannot be holy and sanctified in the midst of the heathen. You cannot be keeping the Sabbath and your sons and daughters not keeping it. Your handmaid's not keeping it. Your animals not keeping it. Nor the strangers that's in your gate not keeping it. And these cities and streets can be considered, if you want to be. It's not, because our gates was into the land that we dwell. But if you want to compare it, these streets, these neighborhoods can be as your gates. And all the people in the midst of it is in your midst. Well, look at this. Here goes some people by the name of Tyre, Tyre. It says in the 16th verse, there dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish. So they coming from somewhere else in your neighborhood, in your land, in your dwellings, and brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath, which you can see every day out here today. But anyway, it reads, and sold on the Sabbath into the children of Yehuda and in Jerusalem. Then I contend with the nobles. He went straight to his brothers of Yehuda and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? And the reason why Nehemiah is coming at them like that, because the nobles have not reproved these people from Tyre. It reminds me of how we used to think we were going through the Sabbath class, and the Muslims used to be all in the middle of the street selling final calls and handing out bean pies and stuff like that. And one of the Israelites stopped and buy a bean pie. He on his way to class, but he stopped and buy a bean pie, or he stopped and buy a final call. This is the exact same thing. It's just done here more modern. This is more antiquity, more ancient. But the similarities are the same. Let's read. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath into the children of Yehuda and Jerusalem. Then I contend with the nobles of Yehuda and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane? No, when you stopped and bought that mess, you profaned the Sabbath day. Did not your fathers thus? And did not our Elohim bring all this evil upon us? I don't care if you had to pull over to get some gas to make it to the Sabbath day. You still would have been profaning it if it was truly done here in America. It says, did not your fathers thus, and did not our Elohim bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet ye bring more wrath on Israel. How? By profaning the Sabbath? And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark, before the Sabbath. So these things is done before the Sabbath, because the Sabbath is at the daylight. Here it says, the gates of Jerusalem begin to be dark. So this is way before the Sabbath. This is not on the Sabbath. And it says, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be open until after the Sabbath, because we got the people that can profane the Sabbath outside the gates. And you might hear your brother a lot of times saying, you are not keeping the Sabbath because you call yourself hiding in the closet or your room. And what your brother mean by that is the whole geographical location was under the Sabbath, Israel. You can't say you're keeping the Sabbath in Jerusalem. You can't say you're keeping the Sabbath behind the walls of Jerusalem, and somebody is in that land polluting it. Guess what? You're not keeping it holy and sanctified. And you say, why not? I'm in the closet. Because there's people outside your door profaning it. So you would have had to come out the closet. You would have had to come out the bedroom and handle that. Let's read. For it reads in the last part of the 19th verse, it says, and some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and the sellers, just like the merchants and the sellers you got in all these streets and cities, like I said, I don't care if you was running out of gas before you got to the class. If you would have went to the gas station, being under the covenant of the law, being in your land, buying gas from somebody else, you would have polluted and profaned the Sabbath. Because these people are selling and working the day, and you are helping them in their work by worshiping whatever they got to work and do. So it tells us in the 20th verse one more time, so the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you. Why is you laying hands on this man if he is not defiling the Sabbath? If you can just hide in your closet or hide in your bedroom and say you keeping the Sabbath holy and sanctified, why is Nehemiah threatening these people? Why is Nehemiah telling them that he's going to have to lay his hands on you if you come around here again? It says, from that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath, because they understood that a man has returned into Yehuda that is going to execute the judgment thereof, that's demanding Israel to keep the Sabbath. He ain't gonna let us sell fish and let them go to gas stations and all that no more. Thus it reads in the 22nd verse, and I commanded the Levites. Look what it means to keep the Sabbath. Look what it means to be sanctified. Look what it means to, he that defiled the Sabbath should die. It reads, and I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves. Look what it means to be holy, that they should cleanse themselves and that they should come and keep. They're using the same terminology that you find in Exodus 31. Should come and keep the gates. To what? Another terminology that you find in Exodus 31, sanctify the Sabbath day. And the brother, which is Nehemiah, saying, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this. He's asking Yahweh to remember him concerning this. And what is it that he wants Yahweh to remember? How he reformed the land, how he made them keep the Sabbath like you commanded us to, how he made them to keep it holy and sanctified like you told them to, how he made sure that no work was being done in that land like you told them to. Well, today we got people saying he told us to, and we see people working every day. Whenever you call the Sabbath day, they are working in your house, in your apartment building, on your job, wherever. And it denotes a defiling, a profaning of the Sabbath. If you were under the covenant of the law and in that great dwelling. And he asked Yahweh to remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this also, and spare me, because I fought against him. I kept showing him what you said. He asked, spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. And that's all I ask for each and every day. It tells us, Israel, I'm going to close on this note. I ain't going to take it no farther. We speak about the Sabbath all the time, and if it's something that I missed or something that y'all would love for me to speak on, just bring it up. I'm going to end with Psalms 95. Let us all go to Psalms 95 and end on this be refreshed, dealing with this great day of refreshment, which is called the Shabbat. Psalms 95 in closing. Because of this verse is hitting me in my head. Like I said, this is not a lesson that was already set up. But this is the verse I want to end with because of what it says in the 11th verse of Psalms 95. I want to read the whole verse. But the 11th verse is what smacked me in my head. And it allows us to know that this presentation, just like these words, denote being refreshed. And that's what the Sabbath denotes. It tells us in Psalms 95 in closing, and it reads, "Oh, come, let us sing unto Yahweh." And the scripture tells us, according to Psalms 47, verse 7, to sing praises to Yahweh with understanding. He don't want you just singing anything to him because it will not represent praise. Here it says, "Oh, come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise and to him with psalms. For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great King above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, Israel, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before Yahweh our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture that want to be on the right track, and the sheep of his hand." And no, it didn't say tonight, it says today. "If ye will hear his voice," not tonight, not in the darkness, but today, "if ye will hear his voice. Hearken not your hearts, as in the provocation when our fathers found their butt in the wilderness, and in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their hearts." And that's all we're saying today. You're just truly erring in your heart when it comes to the covenant of the law and the Shabbat. But here it says, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. But we're going to keep teaching them. And then the 11th verse tells us, as I have told everyone that I can, and as I have told on this presentation, the Sabbath was commanded to be done in the land that you possess forever. The Sabbath was commanded to be done in your dwellings forever. Once you made it in, and peace was given to you. Thus it reads in the 11th verse, "And to whom, because of your erring And because of you not hearkening and witnessing and confirming every word, it says, and to whom I swear in my wrath, in my anger, that they should not enter into my refreshed. Or many of your scripture reads, should not enter into my rest. And that rest denotes nothing else other than the Shabbats. I will end on that note by saying hallelujah, and we will open up for comments and questions. Please, 2 minutes per comment question, and please allow the listening audience to know who is speaking and where you are from. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the presentation? Be refreshed.
Brother Shemuel, hallelujah, family. Israel, this is Brother Gershon, and I wanted to ask real quick, just get this in, forgive me for jumping in so fast, but chapter 8 of Amos, does where it says, and Yahweh said to me, the end is come upon my people Israel, I will not pass by them anymore. Does that relate any at all to the topic tonight? Or is that a different time?
Well, it's dealing with the time of Amos. So if you're dealing with the time of Amos, it's a great possibility that what was said to Amos and those that was in the north, the Assyrians is the ones that did it to them. If it relates to Yehuda, then it was the Babylonians that did those things to them. And I was using that chapter and those verses to let us know that when we was in our land, our fathers was being corrupt with their brothers. And one of the days that they were being corrupt with their brothers was the new moon and the Sabbath. So I was using the Sabbath as when we are truly under the Sabbath and doing it as Yahweh commanded us. It's not just a refreshment from our work, but it's also a refreshment from us being oppressed, because it was showing how our brothers was oppressing us. So that's why I used it.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Brother Shemuel. Wonderful presentation this evening. And I thank Yahweh again for the spirit that he put on you, brother. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. Hallelujah. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Thank you for your comment, my brother. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions? Would anybody like to give the definition of what they find in the Holy Scripture when the Almighty said to do all that he command you in the land that you possess? Is there anybody that would like to give the definition of that? Or is there anybody on here that would like to reprove their brother and show their brother that what you teach, what I teach it mean, it does not mean? We find in the land that you possess many times. And what's so ironic about that, the most times that you find it, it is in the law. So that is law, to do all that I command you in the land that you possess. Is it anybody here that can help me explain what that means?
Well, this is Brother Gershon again.
Go ahead.
If I may. I want to say that it brought about clarity for me, because whenever I heard forever, this would be the commandments forever, this is to keep these Sabbath forever. I was thinking, like, it was common to think that meant that he was telling us what we had to do forever, non-stop. But actually, he's saying that in the land it'll be forever, and it won't change. Because our condition certainly has changed, and I hope that's a little bit of a definition as to how I'm able to see from the lesson today and many other lessons you've given in the past. So, hallelujah, shalom.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we on the same path, because the main theme of possess is something that you inherit. It's something that you got in your hand. It's something that you possess. And we don't possess none of the gates of our enemies. And this possession is a generational possession. That's why I stated earlier that the Almighty in the law says never to remove your father's landmark. That's a law, because he never wanted your father's landmark to go to anybody else, not even your brother. Don't we remember the story, what happened to Ahab, and how Ahab took that man's landmark? The Almighty was going to kill him and everything he had. But he humbled himself, and he prayed. The Almighty caught him on his knees crying and told Isaiah, I think it was Isaiah, go tell him I ain't going to kill him because he humbled himself, but I'm going to bring all this on his sons, because the law is never to remove your father's landmark, because it's yours through a generational possession. And where did it start from? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's where it started from. So that land is always the land that Israel possessed. And we possess the world's greatest land. And once you understand that, I don't care what condition you find yourself in, you don't never supposed to sell yourself. You don't never supposed to sell your land to be wherever you at.
Right. It's so clear now. It's so clear. Hallelujah. But like you said, Yahweh put that spirit on you to see it and deliver it. And sweet are the words that I have heard, and everyone else whose spirit has been given to see it as well. It's absolutely amazing. I broke down in tears years ago trying to keep the commandments, being in a messianic group, and I was a single father trying to raise my son by myself and keep my career going and everything. It was just way too much. I broke down on one of the feast days and was just crying to Yahweh, saying, I don't understand, Yahweh, how can I keep these things while I'm in captivity? And I guarantee you he has answered my prayer with the house of Yeshurun. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Shemuel. Thank you, Yahweh.
Hallelujah. And I thank you, brother, for lending the ear that you may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And that's all we try to do. I have said many times, it is wisdom to know the instructions of your Creator. That is wisdom. So it is wise to know where Yahweh commanded his children to do everything. And when our people answer and say, wherever you are at, well, that is a bad answer, and you are not wise, nor are you confirming what Yahweh said. It is wise to know that there are 3 pilgrim feasts at Jerusalem every year. That is wisdom to know that. That way you don't wind up somewhere else. Well, that's the same way with your possession and your dwelling. It is wisdom to know what your dwellings is. That way you will never mistake it with some other dwelling, like Goshen.
Yes. Commerce.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Thank you, brother.
Yes, good evening, Brother Samuel. How you doing?
Just fine, my brother.
Okay, yeah, this is Brother Benaiah here in Memphis, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I don't really have a question. I kind of want to throw something out there. The Sabbath has statutes, and one of the statutes, if I'm not mistaken, is about the like the 2 layers of bread for every Sabbath. That's what be in the temple and everything, and then the burnt offerings. Would that be considered as statutes for the Sabbath? If so, if those are statutes, according to Deuteronomy 6, 1 through 3, I believe. Like the Almighty already gave where everything's supposed to be done. So, I just think sometimes that people don't really grasp what statutes are that the Most High is talking about. They are so focused on the law and everything, saying that we can do the Sabbath anywhere and do the laws anywhere, but they tend to forget what statutes are that is with the law, that is within the cover of the law itself. And so, like I said, according to Deuteronomy 6, the Most High tell where the statutes and the commandments and the judgments, will be done, which is in the promised land. So, like I just thought that maybe if they know exactly what statutes are, and they might stop saying that they can just do the Sabbath anywhere when they understand that the Sabbath also has statutes to it. When the Most High said all statutes and judgment and commandments need to be done in the land. So that's kind of like something that I had wanted to throw out there about, people understanding what statutes are. Like when Abraham, he had statutes that the Most High gave him about the wood, how to put the wood in order, the sacrifice and everything. Those were like statutes. So, I was just looking at the Sabbath statutes as being pretty much the same, or everything that need to be done, how the Most High see it do it, and when to do it.
Well, that's a great point, my brother, and it discovers a lot of the errors that our teachers have taught us. I would also like to add, I'm not going to diminish anything you said, but I would like to add on what you said, because a lot of times when you bring those truths up, they diminish from those truths, and they will hurry up and point at a man who is called the priest. And they will say, well, brother, you halfway right, but that don't stop us from doing what we're supposed to do. They will say that that's the priest's job. So don't worry about the priest. Just do what you got to do. Well, let's stop, because that is conniving. And you say, why is that conniving? Because the rules was given to the 12 tribes of Israel. The law was given to us all. So with us not knowing who the priest is today is really a proof that we ain't under the law, because it wasn't 11 sons under the law, it was 12. So if the priest is not here doing his part of the law, that means the 11 tribes are not doing the law either. See, they try to slide it off on the priest. Well, the priest ain't none but one of our brothers that don't none of us know who he is. Now, how are we going to be under the law, but our brother, the priest, ain't under the law? Come on, Israel.
Exactly. Hallelujah.
All those pieces, all that bread and the feasts and the burnt offerings that you mentioned that's supposed to be done on the Sabbath day was supposed to be done just like the rest of the Israelites, restraining from work. You didn't miss nothing. Every word of Elohim is pure. So you're absolutely correct, Benaniah. That's just a way that they try to get around from doing all and witnessing that all was supposed to be done in the land that you inherit.
Right.
So it's a proof that we're not under the law. Every time they try to slide the burnt offerings and all the offerings that are supposed to be given on every Sabbath day, every time you slide that is a proof that we are not under the covenant of the law. We all was given the law. One of our brothers is the priest. They still under the law. We all under the law. So today, if the priest ain't under the law, how are we under the law today? if we don't have an inheritance today, if we don't find ourselves in our dwellings today, then how in the heck we supposed to take care of the priest? And don't forget, you don't even know who the priest is. So it allows us to know we're not under the law today, Israel.
That's right. That's right.
Is there any other great comments or questions?
Thank you, Yahweh.
Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I would like to thank the listening audience again for lending an ear that ye may hear, and that ye may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And I will read Psalms. 1 second. I'll read Psalms 111 in closing. Let us read Psalms 111 in closing. And it tells us in Psalms 111, if we all turn there, please. And it tells us in the very first verse of Psalms 111, Hallelujah, I will praise Yahweh with my whole heart in the assembly of the upright and in the congregation. The works of Yahweh are great, sought out. Sought out. If somebody got a TV or something on, but I'll read louder. The words of Yahweh are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. And if you truly have pleasure, you're going to continue to meditate day and night in this word because of the pleasure you have. His works is honorable and glorious, and his righteousness endures forever. He has made his wonderful works to be remembered, as we are remembering this day. Yahweh is gracious and full of compassion. He has given meat unto them that fear him. He will ever be mindful of his covenant. He has shown his people the power of his works, that he may give them the heritage. No. Your dwellings, the heritage of the heathen, and the dwellings of the heathen that we receive with the Canaanites. It reads, the works of his hands are verity and judgment. All his commandments are sure. They stand fast forever and ever and are done. Note how they are done in truth and uprightness. He sent redemption into his people. He hath commanded his covenant forever. Holy and reverent is his name. The fear of Yahweh, Israel, is the beginning of wisdom. A good, I said, a sound understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endures forever. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah. Shalom. And praise Yahweh.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Shalom.